Hello to everybody, and I am ready to go now. Sorry about the slight delay. It does happen at times. And also getting sound. It's what do you call it? Wrong button. It's been a while, but I believe we were at the end of the imprisoned turnabout, so let's get right back to that. Alright, Patricia Rowland. I believe that the culprit in this case could only have been Dogen. I have no idea what transpired between Dogen and the victim. It simply could have been that Dogen was displeased with him. In any case, he was the one who stabbed the victim to death. He probably had a dog dispose of the body. It's the truth of the case. Warden Rowland's testimony is covered in lies. If I pick them apart one by one, her true colors will surely be revealed. I believe the culprit in this case could only have been Dogen. You seem very confident of that. How can you be so sure? Oh, the children of this room are all good little boys and girls. I believe in yourself, believe in your friends, and believe in me and the gods. There is no way any of these hardworking children could have committed a murder. Quite an emotional reason. Makes sense coming from someone like her. Only Dogen would be capable of something like that. I have no idea what transpired between Dogen and the victim. Knightley being held in the detention center and Dogen was in the prison. They couldn't make any contact. Don't you think that would have prevented trouble? The prison is quite confined, right? There were many ways for them to meet. Knightley was murdered days before he would have been sentenced to prison. Surely there weren't many ways a meeting could have occurred. Even without a direct meeting, Dogen can still cause trouble. Mark my words. Simply could have been that Dogen was displeased with him. What could Knightley have done in the detention center to displease him? That was just an example. You don't have to take it so seriously. Didn't I only say that I have no idea what transpired between them? Nevertheless, you certainly are one serious one, Miss Edgeworth, my dear. What's this? That piercing gaze. Always standing straight and stiff. Very nice, looking very clever, my dear. I think I'm about to become your biggest fan. Mr. Edgeworth, stay focused, it's just flesh wound. Right, so is this some form of psychological warfare? In any case, he was the one who stabbed the victim to death. I'd like to hear your thoughts about the circumstances surrounding the murder. Well, I suppose it was a simple job. During this booking, I learned that the victim had some kind of injury to his neck. He couldn't turn his neck to the right. I remember him saying something like that. A booking, that's the process one undergoes before being locked up in the detention center. Am I being... Yeah, okay. Sorry, for a moment there I was doubting my microphone was doing anything. It is doing something. It sounds like you don't really know a lot about Knightley. I only know a little. In any case, he would have been an easy target for Dogen. Perhaps he used the chisel hidden in the chessboard. The victim wouldn't even have had a chance to scream. I see, your opinion will be very valuable reference. Could you add those last statements to your testimony? Oh, you're making me blush. You're so CUTV. I'm just kidding. I'll continue. Perhaps you used the chisel hidden in the chessboard. Warden Roland, what do you think of this piece of evidence? What do you think? I think. Well, what do you think? Oh, yes, is that it? I think so too. What do you think? It's utterly ridiculous. I wholeheartedly agree. It seems I was mistaken. Perhaps use the chisel hidden in the chessboard. Right idea, wrong evidence. I hate when that happens. Warden Roland, you certainly are sharp-witted. Enough with the titles. Call me Patty. P-A-T-T-Y. However, there's something you and I are a little too knowledgeable about. Embarrassed? You're such an inexperienced child, Edgeworth, dear. Hi on, Miss Edgeworth. You said you didn't really know much about Knightley. If that's the case, how did you know about the chisel inside the chessboard? Oh, of course, the entrance check. Enough with poor excuses. The entrance check. The chessboard wasn't something Knightley brought with him. It was brought to him later by Mr. Keyes. He didn't even have it when he arrived here. That's my mistake. I meant the parcel check. Even if we assume that there are still even if we're to assume that there are still many suspicious points, why wasn't such a chisel immediately confiscated? Judge Courtney, did you tell anyone about the trick to the chessboard? I did not. If no information about our investigation was leaked, then how did you find out? You could not have examined this during the entrance check or the parcel check. Certainly, someone in the warden's position would never have let a chisel slip by. Exactly. No, so answer this, Warden Roland. When and how did you learn about the chessboard secret? In that case, I shall answer it for you. It is because... Oh, hold it! I give up, Edgeworth, dear. It is as you say. I interrogated Knightley. That's how I learned about the chessboard. But please believe me, I didn't kill anyone. Enough. It would appear that we have uncovered some vital information. I'll ask you to testify once more, if that's alright with you. Prosecutor Edgeworth? No objections here. Thank you, my Edgeworth dear. I'll do my best. Well then, Warden Roland, I trust there will be no lies from here on out. The pool of lies is slowly running dry. Soon I will bring out her true nature. My story, part 2. I wouldn't go as far as to call it an interrogation. I always make sure to talk to all the new arrivals. Mr. Knightley, yes, we had a little chat. After our talk, he went right back to his cell, I assure you. She's piling lies on top of lies, not realizing that it only tightens the noose around her neck. You speak with the new prisoners, you say? Oh, that's right. I'm glad you understand. Your testimony is not solid evidence. It requires more than just understanding. Well then, Mr. Prosecutor Edgeworth, you may begin your cross-examination. I wouldn't go as far as to call it an interrogation. I always make sure to talk to all the new arrivals. You're certainly you interrogated him the day before the show? Yes, around 3 AM on the 27th. 3 at night, that matches the time of death on night is an autopsy report. We summoned him that late at night, and he wasn't asleep. Well, a guard was attacked in Knightley's cell, remember? After that incident, we checked his cell and inquired about the circumstances. I'm sure all that excitement made it hard to sleep. Knightley was wide awake, you know. So even though it was highly irregular, you still carried out this late-night interrogation. Edgeworth, dear, you're so mean. It may have been regular, but the truth is I had him moved. You can call it what you like, it still doesn't change the facts. Please excuse him, I'll give my incompetent apprentice a good scolding later. But for now, mademoiselle, what did you mean when you said you had him moved? I thought it was obvious, monsieur. I spoke to him in my office. Her office, the route she used to move Knightley's body. Please add that statement to your testimony. Of course. Around 3 AM the day before the show, the victim was brought into my office. That is interesting. Warden Roland, that statement you just made is contradictory. Oh, is there something strange about it? Yes, this evidence. That's terrifying. I'll have to think things over a little more before jumping to conclusions. Around 3 AM the day before the show, the victim was brought into my office. What was she saying? Security food. Simon's device. Something not right with this sentence. I know it. I can feel it. And where is your office located exactly? You know the sign in the detention center hallway? You mean the one that says no entry? Yes, it is just short walk up that aisle, about 5 minutes from the cell block. I've heard the room exits into the courtyard. Of course, that's the side of the courtyard is my private garden. Oh, I get it. You're going to say I used that route to move the body. Indeed, you must have been able to use it if you used that route. For now, that is merely a possibility. There is no decisive evidence to support it. But there is no other way the body could have been moved. Surely you haven't forgotten my theory that Simon Keyes dropped the body in the well. That's right, that's right. What she said. Pursuing this point further would be hazardous. I always make sure to talk to all the new arrivals the day before the show. The day before the show. Not this one either. I need to figure this out. There's a around 3 a.m. the day before the show, I brought the victim into my office. Hiding, he has small bruises on his head and he has a sweet scent. Comfort body, blood stain, very awful. Open door, alarm records. Like George bracelet. Mr. The Best and one roll and searched the entire prison but did not find the murder weapon. Nightly played chess by meal against Dogen. Actually take at 9 a.m. Okay, I tried all the time-related evidence, nothing does anything. I need to stop making mistakes here. I always... What did you talk about? What indeed? It was just trifling conversation. What kind of animals he liked, what his hobbies were, that sort of thing. Hobbies. I assume he mentioned chess. Oh yes, that all Knightley would ever talk about. Now that I think about it, the note he had in his room, it probably had something to do with chess too. So one Roland saw Knightley's note. Mr. Knightley, guess we had a little chat. And what was Knightley like during the interrogation? He was very honest. Mr. Knightley was... honest, pal. He also talked about a croissant or some kind of promo. And passant and chess piece promotions, I presume. Looks like he was his usual chess-loving self. After our talk, he went right back to his cell, I assure you. If he really returned to his cell, there is no way he would be a corpse now. I know you're suggesting that I killed him during the interrogation, but I couldn't possibly have had a motive to kill Knightley, could I? Dogen was the only one I hated, and he had no connections with the victim. You only hated Dogen. Please add that statement to your testimony. Dogen was the only one I hated, and he had no connections to the victim. Now we're talking. Now we're cooking with gas, as they say. Let's get in here. Judge Courtney, I'd like you to have a look at this. It looks like a record of a chess game. Is there something wrong with it? This was discovered in the victim's cell. It was Knightley's memo. Warden Roland, you also discovered this note in the very same place. And not just in Knightley's cell, but in Dogen's too, correct? What are you... Don't say that you don't know about the chessboard in the special cell. After all, you heard Captain Iron Dogen's actions down to the smallest detail. No, to be more precise, it wasn't Dogen that Joe needed to keep an eye on. The warden was searching for Mr. Dogen's henchman. From the start, I found it strange that the warden interrogated the prisoners personally, since he used his henchmen to threaten harm to her family. Warden Roland interrogated Dogen to expose them. So, what are you saying? As you inspected Dogen's mail, you must have known that he played correspondence chess. And then Knightley appeared, with a chess memo in hand. We deduced that he and Dogen were connected. You must have arrived at the same conclusion as well. However, you went one step too far in your reasoning. You thought Knightley was one of Dogen's henchmen, who had come to kill you. So that's why you interrogated Knightley, boy. If the boss won't crack, go after his henchmen. In addition, you discovered something when you were interrogating him. Inside his chessboard, you found a portable chisel. The murder weapon. To Warden Roland, the chisel was a symbol of Dogen, and that was the final straw. You believe Knightley was one of Dogen's henchmen, and you killed him for it. It seems there were no rebuttal. Judge Courtney, your verdict. Though it is incredibly unfortunate, there seems to be no more room for doubt. I shall announce my verdict for the murder of Horace Knightley. Twice my sacred verdict has been interrupted. Who was that? Warden Roland? Oh, how strange. You guys really don't understand anything. It would seem the one who doesn't understand is you. Me? Oh, I understand one thing very well. There's a huge contradiction in your logic, Mr. Edgeworth. Once she's cornered, she starts spouting nonsense. Paid no heed, Judge Courtney, your verdict. I am interested in hearing what the warden has to say. What? I thought so. I just have one thing I want to say. One? Please take a good look at the autopsy report. The autopsy report? The one I brought with me. I heard exactly what you said earlier, Justine, darling. You said the wound was 4 inches deep. 4 inches? No way. Could that tiny chisel really have made a wound 4 inches deep? Impossible! How could I have made such an error? Oh, forgive me, oh goddess of the law. Well, I believe that overturns your hypothesis. What will you do now, Mr. Edgeworth? What we do? Okay, so we only have motive and opportunity. It just mean you hit the weapon, lady. What do we do? It'll be alright, pal. Mr. Edgeworth always. Whoa, hey now, he's gone all white. Hey, you're a defense attorney, aren't you? Isn't there something you can do, pal? Do that turnabout thing. Make some earth-shattering objection. Uncle Ray's a hard worker, but without decisive evidence, we're just whipping a dead horse here. Does that mean it's hopeless? The true killer is Warden Roland. If it's not her, then nothing that's happened fits. But the chisel isn't the murder weapon. Are there any other sharp objects here? There are still many mysteries remaining in this case. However, we do not have the evidence to solve them at this present time. And as such, we have no choice but to continue this battle in the courtroom.
Objection!
That would just give the killer the chance to destroy evidence. Are you mocking the court? No, I didn't mean anything like that. You look perplexed, Miles. Thought of anything yet? The chisel is not the murder weapon. In that case, what is? It's no use. We're back where we started. No objections, Prosecutor Edgeworth. By the way, any baseless statements will be punished accordingly. It's no good. I can't think of anything. I need more time. I regret to say, I have no... No, Mr. Edgeworth. Remember what Mr. Shields said. If we give up, and Simon will... Have you forgotten that sad look on his face? He was the one suffering most from Knightley's death. If we can't save him, who will? Besides, Simon believes in us, so he can't give up. Kay? Miles, looks like you found a good partner. It's like little Kay says. Whenever you're backed into a corner, think of your client. Keep fighting until the very end. Isn't that the feeling you're getting? Gregory, your old man. No matter what trouble he faced, he would always turn things around and save his client. You got his blood in you, right? In that case, you're the only one who can turn this around. Judge Courtney, the look in your eyes has suddenly changed. If you do intend to speak, you better be prepared to face the consequences. Your logic thus far has been misplaced numerous times. If this were to happen again, I will consider you unfit to call yourself a prosecutor, and you will hand over your badge. That's right. My reasoning about this case has indeed been misplaced numerous times. Have I made a grave miscalculation? No. Wait. My logic is misplaced. Still silent. I cannot condone this waste of time. Well then. Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Mr. Edgeworth. I will announce my verdict. That's it. I had to turn my logic around. My logic is misplaced. It's been misled. This court finds the defendant Simon Keyes. Isn't it a little early to hand down a verdict? I actually think it's rather late. Don't you agree, Justine, darling? Enlighten us. What? Try to remember the eyewitness account about his dog and his absence from the animal show. When I first heard that information, my suspicion immediately fell on Dogan. I'm amazed you take such pride in retelling your previous failings. Oh, but was that not the killer's aim? What if we assume that was their intention from the start? Of course! The chisel served the same purpose. Nighty's body was stabbed in the same spot with multiple sharp objects. This shows that he was stabbed with the chisel after the real murder weapon was removed, by soaking the chisel in Nighty's blood. The killer wanted to mislead us into thinking that the chisel was the murder weapon. Why? That's because... Why did the killer want us to think the chisel was the murder weapon? Warden Roland, you made use of this chisel's image. Chisel's image? What are you trying to say? Mr. The Best, when you see this chisel, what does it suggest to you? Something like Dogan is the killer, right? Now do you understand? That was the warden's aim. Ah, she wanted us to suspect the person with the chisels. Indeed, that was her plan from the very beginning. To make Sir Han Dogan out to be the killer. I understand your logic. It is true the warden did not think kindly of Dogan. But you understand, don't you? This alone does not prove she is the killer. As I thought, it's not enough. The remaining chance is for me to find the real murder weapon. If you have no more evidence, I believe this conversation is over. I could prove it if I found the real murder weapon. It doesn't matter what you say, we did a clean sweep of this place. It is as Sebastian says. In the end, we could not find any weapons. In other words, such proof is impossible. No, the murder weapon must still be somewhere in the prison. As long as this exists. The security gate? You remember its name after all. Are you mocking me? It's because of those things that you can't take the metal objects in out of this place? Huh. Right, as long as those security gates exist, the murder weapon should still be here. That also means no, weapon could have been brought into this prison. In the end, we're back to the same mystery after all. Judge Courtney, Prosecutor Edgeworth, surely you realized if the real murder weapon is still in the prison, one must also consider how it got there in the first place. The chisel was concealed within the chessboard. But the chisel is not the real murder weapon, which means the real murder weapon must have been smuggled in somehow. The way it's smuggled in, can you prove that? How would Roland brought the weapon into the prison? You had evidence transferred from the prison? Yes, we borrowed all the evidence concerning Dogen. I've been interrogating him personally in my office, but... That's it! She could have used that. This shows another way the weapon could be brought into the prison. Professor Edgeworth, so that's how you bring metal objects into the prison? Indeed, with this exactly how does that lead metal objects to be brought into the prison? What? You really can't use that to bring metal objects into the prison? Professor Edgeworth, I'm disappointed in you. Sorry to let you down. But there really isn't a way to bring metal objects into the prison. No, there is a way, besides sending in packages, and this shows that method. Well, Professor, show it to us. I'm not sure if I should say this in front of Kay. This shows another way a weapon could be brought into the prison. I do not feel confident about this at all. Because I can't save right now, so it is what it is. Can I check all the evidence again? Because it has to be. Take that. And with that. Okay. I don't remember, but I'll figure it out. At least it's not that long. Just need to retread our steps quickly. Okay, this is the joke one. Here we go, the chessboard. That you should know about. Let's get past that real quick. And Um, Sorry about the lack of input right now, but I'm thinking because I don't remember what I was doing. To add that, I always make sure to talk to you. Okay, and then she was only token. We're gonna give her Knightly's memo. Also, there's way too many butts in chat today. Quite annoying. And with that, we are now back to where we were before, right? Almost. Kinda. Actually, I realized something, and I know what my mistake from before was while we were going about this. If I'm right, we should get through this very quickly. We're doing this for Simon. Simon is an adult character, to be honest. Here we are. My logic was misled. Actually, don't you agree? It's a bit late. Enlighten us. Actually, we were misled. Get Dogen expelled. Doesn't matter what you say, with the clean sweep of the place. Yeah, you sure did. And you sure did an awful job at that. Okay, security gate. Are you mocking me? It's because those things! You can't take the metal objects out of this place! Huh. Sorry, I like voicing the best. He's perfectly whiny. It is not the chessboard, but also we have a lot more tries this time around, so we'll just keep going at it. When you can't remember what you did last time and you're only kinda getting through it, this happens. Okay, rubber gloves. Not so its bracelet. Then let's try the tunnel. Nope. Okay. How did she smuggle it in? I did try the floor planes, I tried that. That is definitely not related. There's an investigation. Search entire building but did not find any murder weapons. Not the circuit breaker. Okay. We are gonna save so we don't have to go through all of that again once we're done here. But this is one of those times where I'm just throwing everything at the wall and hoping something sticks. Because I don't remember enough about it. It's been a month, I think, since we last played. Yeah, it's been a month. So, I feel like I like context also. Let's see. What about? No? Okay, that... We're running out of options here. Yep, you're running out of options. And I'm starting to not really understand what the what we're doing here, you know? What am I supposed to do? Which one is it? I'm fairly confused because how would you smuggle? How is any of the last piece of evidence related to the smuggling whatsoever? Like, sure it is. There's the floor planes. I tried that because it makes sense you would smuggle it through her office, and that's the only thing shown in her office. I tried this one because it might have come in the chessboard and then she replaced it with a chisel. That's not the case. You might have just had it in or is a snack when the dog can... I picked the door, but I honestly don't know. Because Frank saw it help with the smuggling route, I thought that could be it. I mean, they do smuggle things through the tunnel, but that apparently is also not it. Chisel was inside the dog's mouth, which is also a way she could have smuggled it in by having it in the mouth of one of the animals. Logan's bill is unrelated. Simon's device, definitely unrelated. I tried the breaker because that's also related to smuggling, right? Apparently not. This investigation just says they didn't find any weapons. That is not related to the smuggling. So that leaves us with... Oh yeah, I think these three are definitely unrelated. So that leaves prison roll call, prison investigation, hound piece, nightly memo security footage. And Oh, it's not the security footage. So it's not because she took advantage of the 3-hour blackout with the cameras. At this point, I have no idea. Like, I went over it several times in my head. It's just not the chest. What is it then? And thus the truth was lost for all eternity. Yeah, I get it, I get it. Here. You can see how much I'm out of ideas. I tried the security gate, even though that makes no sense. Broken spell? Yesterday Dogen said this. Yes, my bells. They are only 2 in the world. Only 2? They are custom made, attached to my knife in Anubis' color. Even though I can only rely on my ears, I can easily identify them. Alas, one has been confiscated and is not in my possession. It's possible the murder weapon was brought in as confiscated evidence. Oh, let me guess. Through Roland's office. Smuggled through the I'm very annoyed at this. Oh, you have to pick the banana peel, not the picture of the banana peel. I swear. Sometimes it's 20. What? What? Dogen's knife was confiscated and stored on the premises. Furthermore, a bell was attached to the knife. It can't be. The bell and the chisel? Exactly, the killer took it from the knife and it reattached it to the chisel. But the only fingerprints on this chisel are Knightley's. The killer probably wore gloves when they made the switch. He made the chisel out to be the murder weapon by attaching Dogen's bell, and in doing so made Dogen appear to be the culprit. Furthermore, the handling of the set of evidence that this bell originally belonged to was only possible for someone with proper authority. Who, sir? Who had the authority? Why don't we ask the warden what she thinks? You can find bells anywhere. Anyone could have attached it, right? I see. So you don't know. These bells are Dogen's trademark. There are only 2 in the world. What? And so, attaching the bell would naturally make you the killer. Do you have any evidence that I have the knife? You don't, do you? Of course, I understand. In that case, Mr. The Best, I'd like to request an investigation immediately. Huh? But if you find it, it'll be problematic for me. That doesn't matter right now. It is necessary that we reveal the truth. You are a prosecutor, are you not? Well, even if you say that. Curse this useless prosecutor. If only I still had investigative rights. Besides, we can't investigate without the warden's permission. Right. There's no way she would approve. We have no choice but to investigate ourselves. If you don't have evidence, there's no use in continuing this conversation. The goddess of the law does not smile upon those with no evidence. This will have to be continued in the courtroom. Not good. If we give the warden more time here, she'll definitely destroy the evidence. It seems like we have no choice but to raise. I have no choice but to raise an objection and stall for time. But I don't have anything definite. Is that really acceptable? Is it really like me to do something like this reckless? No, not good. Now is not the time for hesitation. Right now, I'm not a prosecutor, but an attorney assistant. I need to protect my client. I'm the only one who can save him now. In that case, even if it's a 1 in a million chance, I have to take it. As a sink or swim, should I raise an objection? Yes. It almost feels like I've turned into a certain bluffing defense attorney. But right now I can't come to a standstill here. Hold it! Prosecutor Edgeworth, what now? I just realized something. What would that be? Pray tell. Naturally, the whereabouts of the real murder weapon. Dogan's knife! Mr. Edgeworth, is that really true? Yes, though it is a lie. I find hard to believe this isn't a bluff, isn't it? You underestimate me. The word bluff does not exist in my dictionary. This is bad for my heart. There's no way you could know, because such a thing doesn't even exist. Well then, could you enlighten us? Where is the real murder weapon? Think. Somewhere the police didn't look. A blind spot in this animal-filled prison. A hiding place the warden would have complete confidence in. Hiding place. Come to think of it. It was inevitable. I always showed him your mouth. The same method? No, it couldn't be. Could it? But there aren't many ways to hide things from an investigator's eye. Prosecutor Edgeworth, how long do you intend to keep us waiting? It's possible, but I'm taking a big gamble here. The place where the real murder weapon is hidden is... here in the courtyard? Indeed. That's not enough information. Please show us in more detail. Where is the real murder weapon hidden? Indeed. That's it, back then. Huh? What's the matter, detective? It looks like it's the metal detector's reacting to this alligator. Really? Why? Of course, that's why the metal detector reacted. Judge Courtney, I'd like you to take a look at this. The chisel? Wasn't that just a fake murder weapon? Dogan hid this chisel inside his dog's mouth, and the real murder weapon was hidden in a very much the same way. The real murder weapon is in the pond inside the alligator. What? What? We can confirm that the metal detector reacted to the alligator. Judge Courtney, please have the inside of the alligator examined. I give my consent. We'll have to call a veterinarian. I can make a little girl open her mouth. Can I help? Yes, go right ahead. Warden Roland, discovering the real murder weapon will settle this matter once and for all. Why don't you do the honorable thing and confess now? What would I have to confess? In that case, you can just wait for your fate to be sealed. Oh, we found it, sir. Just where you said it would be. It's over. Patricia Rowland, the real murder weapon is none other than Dogan's knife. And the one who murdered Horace Knightley can only be you. Dogan was the evil one. I didn't do anything wrong. It was completely reasonable. That guy was one of Dogan's henchmen. him. If only he had never come to my home. I could at least still be happy. My special paradise. He ruined it. All of it. Him, that no good assassin. Him. March 28th, 12:34 p.m. Tennis Center hallway. Mr. The Best of the Best. We have the results. The best of the best. Looks like even the forensic officers have it tough. No trace of Knight's blood on Dogen's knife. It was just like you said. You're the best, Mr. The Best. Alright, good job. But don't stop there. Keep the praise coming. Yes, sir, you're so incredible. It brings tears to my eyes. From Sorrow. Well done, Sebastian. Next up, the follow-up investigation. What are you talking about, Justine? Hasn't the case already been solved? We have not yet confirmed if Knightley truly was one of Dogen's henchmen. There is also a chance that one Roland jumped to conclusions. Oh! That is the remaining uncertainty in this case. Anyways, let's keep investigating. Hey, you there, come with me. Since I'm the best, the truth will appear before me first. When that moment arrives, make sure you don't miss it. Yes, sir! I'm looking forward to witnessing your first-rate ability. Let's go! We live in troubling times, wouldn't you agree? The would-be assassin of the president was found murdered in the prison. Knightley had not planned to assassinate the president. The truth is not as vital as you seem to believe it to be. Not to the world. And not to the law. That can't be right. Believe what you will. However, as long as Prosecutor Edgeworth remains a prosecutor, it is an inescapable reality. A prosecutor is not someone who demands a guilty verdict. That is what I believe. Those are merely your values. The law is not the plaything of any one person. If you will not submit to that, you will do well to be prepared for the consequences. What's that supposed to mean, pal? Don't tell me you're gonna... Now then, this is where I must take my leave. Prosecutor Edgeworth. Judge Courtney is right. The law should not serve any one person's desires. However, if the truth is bent as a result of that, can there really be called justice? Simon! Boss! What happened? They said you could come out already? Well, honestly, I don't know for sure. All of a sudden, they were like, you're free to go. And you should thank Mr. Edgeworth. Well, that's because we found out who the real murderer was. Really? He did? Mr. Edgeworth? No way. Even if you glare at me like that, it's useless. I'm innocent after all. You can't make me guilty. Simon, you should thank him, you know. Oh, you're right. Thank you very much. I want to thank you too. Good grief. Mr. Defense Attorney, can I ask you just one more question? Yes, you may. But I'm not a defense attorney. I thought that Knightley and I were friends. I mean, best friends. I always thought we were. You don't think so anymore? Well, I'm just wondering. There were some things I had no idea about. Like, how you could hate someone enough to kill them. That's why, maybe he never trusted me either? Simon, that's not true. You're lying, because if I had known, I could have stopped him. I would have told him that he had no need to be angry with anyone. Mr. Keyes, I don't think he disliked you either. Let's show him the proof that Knightley trusted him. That's what I gave to... Knightley had hid a chisel inside it, most likely to aid in his escape. The escape? He used me? He trusted in you. He knew you'd bring it to him without looking into it, and without question. And in doing just that, you were caught up in everything. Knightley, you idiot! Looks like he gets it. Simon is not as dumb as he looks after all. I'm sure he'll be back to normal by tomorrow. Was that supposed to be a compliment? Oh, I'll be strong. I'll become a splendid wild animal tamer for Knightley's sake. Excellent, that's the spirit. Oh, I almost forgot. If you like, please come to the next show. I'll also be performing in it. Very big circus is always fabulous and fun for all ages. Wow, that sounds like fun. Let's go, Mr. Edgeworth. Well, I'll think about it. Well, we need to get back to practicing right away. You'll be with Regent today. What? The tiger? No way, no way, no way, no way, no way. He'll be fine. He's a good boy. No way. There's no way we'll be fine. Please cut me a break, boss! And there they go. But man, bravo, bravo. You really put on a good show today, Miles. It's all thanks to you, Mr. Shields. Without your help, she might have gotten away. Not to mention allowing us to continue this investigation. Oh man, cut it out already. You're gonna make me blush. I never know when you are being serious. Uncle Ray is always serious. So how was it, Miles? How did it feel to be a defense attorney to save people? A defense attorney? But that really took me back. It was just like being next to your old man again. It's been a while since I felt this good. It was, well, it's something somewhat difficult to say it was a good thing. Come on, Miles. Are you sure you don't want to be a defense attorney? What? You know, pick up where your father left off. Don't you want to save people like he did? What are you talking about, pal? Mr. Edgeworth is a prosecutor. But is it really that unusual for prosecutors to become a defense attorney these days? Unusual isn't the problem here. Hey, don't be so upset. It's normal, you know? Normal. It's not. Normal, pal. You'll make for a powerful defense team. Mr. Shields, I am a prosecutor. And Uncle Ray's a defense attorney. That's why. I'm being serious about this. Well, that's just my opinion. Feel free to drop by anytime if you have a change of heart. I'll be waiting for you. Off we go. Follow in my father's footsteps. Me, become a defense attorney. I'm going to become a defense attorney just like my dad. Should I become a defense attorney? Like my father. And with that, we are moving to episode 3, The Inherited Turnabout. What's for dessert today?
And Jeff Masters' Piece of Cake.
Macarons and waffles, light and fluffy chicken cake. Happiness for one and all, the sweetness, temptations, they're where over there. inside the oven. Too bad the text came, let's go again today. Came at the same time as the music, so I couldn't quite sing along. I tried. I failed. I tried. But yeah, we have piece of cake. This program sure brings back memories. Gregory, tomorrow I'm heading towards that fateful place with your son. To find out the truth of 18 years ago. April 10:05 a.m. Zodiac Art Gallery Fountain Patio. Mr. Shields, isn't it about time you told me what this is all about? Why did you bring me to this museum with you? You're not busy now, are you, Miles? I thought it would be nice if we could share the romance of the constellations together. I beg your pardon, but I would like to leave. Sorry, it was just a joke. You know about the final case your father worked on? The IS-7 incident? Yes, Manfred von Karma showed it to me immediately after I became a prosecutor. I reviewed the case file again last night after you invited me here. And while I don't remember it very well, I also had been in attendance at the trial back then. When I was young, I loved watching my father do battle in the courtroom. During that trial, it was my father, the defense attorney, Gregory Edgeworth, against my former mentor, prosecutor Manfred von Karma. And while the trial ended with the defendant being declared guilty, I see. We were there too, at Gregory's final trial. In that case, I'll cut to the chase and tell you what you want to know. The truth about the IS-7 incident. It happened 18 years ago, during the winter. All the buildings were covered in snow, coating the entire town like layer of frosting. And it was in this very place that the incident occurred. This was all before Uncle Ray became a defense attorney. December 24, 5 p.m. Detention Center. Visitors room. December 24, 5 p.m. Detention Center. Visitors room. I had to clear my throat. Mr. Edgeworth, this request sure was sudden, don't you think? Indeed, we were contacted immediately after the client was arrested. My name is Gregory Edgeworth. I am a defense attorney. I brought my assistant Raymond with me to meet our client, but... A murder on Christmas Eve? This is just too much! Okay. All in the darkness, miraculous meeting. Welcome one and all to the visitor's room. Amazing! So this is what meeting a client is like. It all happened so suddenly, I was completely surprised. I'm also quite surprised. 1,000 pardons for startling you. I am merely expressing my happiness through song. Welcome one and all. I greatly appreciate you coming. So you're the client for this case? Indeed. My name is Gregory Edgeworth. I am a defense attorney. I will be representing you in court. This is my assistant, Raymond Shields. Nice to meet you. I'll do my best to help you. Relax, Raymond. Please excuse his jitters. He's working part-time at my office as an apprentice. I thought I'd let him assist me in this investigation. So, Mr. Gregory and Raymond, correct. I am pleased to make your acquaintance. My job involves saving my clients from crimes in which they were falsely accused. First, I should determine if he is truly innocent. First, I would like to know more about you. I have forgotten to introduce myself. My name is Jeffrey Masters. What? You mean you're Master Jeff? The world's greatest pastry chef, Jeff Masters the Master Chef? Yes, I'm honored that you have heard of me. I'm amazed you didn't recognize me considering the fact that I'm a TV celebrity and you knew who I was. Maybe you need glasses, good sir. All my fans call me Master Jeff. Wowzers! I'm totally starstruck. I can't believe I get to meet Master Jeff. Raymond seems to know quite a bit about Mr. Masters. Master Jeff makes fantastic desserts while putting on a song and dance show. What's for dessert today? I would love to sing that, but again, the text appears at the same time as the melody, so I can't react fast enough. I'm sorry. I got caught up in that song myself. I'm so happy that I got to sing with Master Jeff. It's my dream come true. Thank you, I am happy to hear that as well. Mr. Master, Raymond, shall we return to the matter at hand? Yes, of course. My sincerest apologies for making you wait. Now where should we start? You are one of the world's greatest pastry chefs, but you are also skilled in song and dance. Yes, when I am having a good time, my body just moves to the rhythm by itself. You seem to enjoy making desserts from the bottom of your heart. Oh. If you don't have a good time making desserts, you won't make anything good. Creating desserts that bring happiness to one and all is my purpose in life. Master Jeff's desserts are practically works of art. They're sparkly and look so delicious. He's famous for his dreamlike desserts. Bringing happiness to all with his dreamlike desserts. The incident occurred in your estate, is that correct? Yes. That's where the great dessert contest was being held. It seems that the body was discovered in one of my creations. They found it in one of your desserts? For that reason, I was arrested by the detective in charge of the initial investigation. I would never do something as wild as robbing someone of their life. I'm certain that the police will also realize that they have made a mistake. Really? Do you know anything about the victim? There's a man named Isaac Dover. He was one of the competitors in the contest. He was a wonderful man who made desserts of the highest beauty. Why did he have to die? I see. He really seems to be grieving over the victim's death. I believe I have a sufficient understanding of the Master's personality. Mr. Master, before I accept your request, here is one final matter I must confirm. You did not kill Mr. Dover. Can I take your word for it? Yes, that is correct. I did not kill him. No matter what happens, I would never take another person's life. Those aren't the eyes of a liar. I understand. I believe you. Thank you very much for taking the time to talk with us. The pleasure is all mine. I am grateful to speak with someone other than a detective. Next, we shall begin our investigation of the crime scene. We will report back with our findings once we have finished. Mr. Gregory Raymond. I wish you good luck. December 24th, 6 p.m. Contest venue. Fountain patio. Here it sure is cold outside. I didn't expect it to be snowing this hard. Indeed, a blizzard like this will probably not clear up for a while. But even so, this mansion is ginormous, so this is what Master Jeff's place is like, huh? If you're going to hold a contest in your own home, you would need this much space after all. La la la, welcome. Thank you for coming. Oh my, are you okay? I am so very sorry. Would you happen to be Monsieur Edgeworth? Yes, I am Gregory Edgeworth. And I'm his assistant, Raymond Shields. Greetings and welcome, Monsieur Edgeworth and Monsieur Shields. Please call me Catherine Hall. I am in charge of the household affairs of this estate, and I'm also Monsieur Master's assistant. Oh, no way! You're the famous Kate, aren't you? You know of me? Of course I do! I see you on TV all the time. I am a big fan of piece of cake. Oh goodness, I'm glad to hear that you're a fan. Tell me, what is this piece of cake? It's a TV show that is hugely popular with the kids. Master Jeff and Kate sing and dance while they make delicious treats. Just like this. What's for dessert today? Oh, Monsieur Shields, that was incredible. I always practice along with the show. Maybe I should tell my son about the show. But ma'am, doing this dance repeatedly sure works up your appetite. Oh, pardon my inconsideration. I forgot to take care of our guests. Please relax and have some tea. Oh, this is some fine Ceylon tea. I hear the aroma of citrus does wonders for your concentration. I see, so this is what Ceylon tea smells like. Oh, these saucers are chilled. Yes, they cool the tea more quickly for people who are bad with hot beverages. I see. These teacups also have a wonderful design. Oh, thank you very much. They are one of the few pride and joys of our estate, ordered directly from France. They were made by the famed sculptor Pierre Houquet. They are my absolute favorite articles of tableware. You seem to greatly appreciate this man's work. Oh yes, they are like treasures to me. You appears to be very honest about what she likes. Thank you, Miss Hall, but it's time for us to move on to business. Are there any details that you can give us about the incident? Oh, you're right. I sometimes get so distracted welcoming guests that I forget myself. To tell the truth, I was the one who discovered Monsieur Dover's body. So you were the first one to discover the body. Is it true that the body was discovered in one of Mr. Master's desserts? Yes, it was during the judging of the great desserts contest. I heard the sound of something breaking from Monsieur Master's room. I made a huge mistake. I sat down to do the stream knowing this case was coming, without having any chocolate with me. Now I'm craving it. God dang it. Like a cake, or whipped cream, or anything. It's just, how can you play this case without wanting dessert? I need to have like cookies or something to snack on for this case. I don't have any in the house. I'm not gonna go find that now. But we're not finishing this case today, so I need to remember that for next Saturday. Ah. Monsieur Master, are you in here? Oh! When I looked inside the room, I saw Monsieur Dover's body inside the treasure chest. Thank you very much. I'm sorry to have made you recall such painful memories. No, I should be the one apologizing for not being much help. Now then, I believe it's time for us to start investigating the crime scene. Monsieur Edgeworth, Monsieur Shields, please find us some way to save Monsieur Master. Monsieur Master is not someone who could commit murder. Yes, of course. Just leave it to us. Then I shall entrust it to you. If you'll excuse me, I have to continue serving tea to the other inspectors. Raymond, let's head to the crime scene. Yes, sir, Mr. Edgeworth. December 24th, 6:30 p.m. Contest venue. Master's room. Wow, this whole thing is made of chocolate. I can't believe I'm actually seeing Master Jeff's desserts up close. Where this is not the scene of a murder, I admit I too would have delighted in this occasion. Now that you reminded me it's a murder scene, I'm getting shivers down my spine. Perhaps it's because this room is cold to begin with. Now that you mention it, this room really is cold. Achoo! Never expected the defense attorney to show up so early. Pleased to meet you. I'm Jeff Master's defense attorney, Gregory Edgeworth. This is my assistant, Raymond. How do you do? Detective Tyrell Bad. Homicide. Mr. Bad, detective in charge of this case. A man of few words. Tastes kind of bitter. He ate the paper. He likes to digest his memos in his stomach as well as in his mind. It's just a strange habit of his. Please don't be too concerned. It would probably be too much to ask him not to be concerned at all. More importantly, Detective Bad, will you give us permission to participate in the investigation? Permission denied. Why? Mr. Edgeworth is the Master Jeff's defense attorney. Defense attorneys plant false evidence to try and get their not guilty verdict. I don't want their kind to disturb the crime scene. Mr. Edgeworth would never use false evidence to defend his client. I can't trust that coming from defense attorney, can I? Do the police still suspect Mr. Masters even after the investigation? If we didn't, we wouldn't have arrested him. I believe that Mr. Master is innocent. That's why I have come to investigate. Believing in his innocence without investigating the crime scene. How naive. That's why I would like your permission to investigate. By investigating the crime scene, I want to ascertain if my thinking was naive or not. So you don't intend to leave until you investigated the crime scene? Yes. Defense attorneys. Fine, then. I will give you permission to investigate the crime scene. Thank you. But I'll be accompanying you. I can't trust you defense attorneys after all. If you understand that, you can begin your investigation. That's a lollipop? I'm a little surprised myself. Alright, let's begin the investigation. Raymond, be sure to take notes on the case. Leave it to me, Mr. Edgeworth. Just begin already. It appears to be a display of selling equipment. There's also a possibility that one of these is the murder weapon. No, it looks like these pieces were all made out of chocolate. You can't beat someone to death with these. Misleading. At any rate, they all have such good workmanship that they look just like the real thing. It really speaks about the level of skill Mr. Master has in his craft. What are you investigating? Sir, I'm checking the temperature of the stream. What have you learned? Sir, this stream has warm water. The stream is connected to the fountain in the patio and runs through every room. It's an unusual construction for a room. Minds of the rich, I'll never understand. So this is where the body was discovered. Yeah. The body has been removed, but otherwise the crime scene has remained untouched. To build such a large ship out of chocolate is magnificent. As expected, Master Chef, I want to try eating it. Although I have no idea where to start eating it from. Anywhere should be fine, but if you start eating the crime scene, I'll make you leave. Don't glare at me. Can't you tell it was a joke? I like Raymond to be just a little bit calmer. It seems that the body was discovered inside this chocolate treasure chest. The person who discovered it was Miss Hall. Monsieur Master, are you in there? Ah! She heard the sound of something breaking inside this room and came in. I would like a little more information about this. What's this? Something has been dropped inside the treasure chest. It seems to be some kind of seal with a design and initials carved into it. It looks like the signed crest was the victims. I don't know if it was the victims, but we should take it for now. The voyage of good ship Redrum is written here. It sailed the 7 seas and in the end finally found a huge treasure, modeled after the glory of an ancient adventurer. It's written here. So he failed 6 times, what an unlucky captain. No matter how many times he went on a fool's errand, in the end he reached the truth. It's just like a detective spirit. The detective even exists during the ancient times. It seems that the stand supporting the ship has been broken. The ship tipped over and broke the treasure chest, didn't it? Oh, maybe! Could the victim have been crushed by the ship and killed? If that were the case, this would have been an accidental death. You two aren't serious about that, alright? Well, we were only discussing one of the possibilities. I was being pretty serious though. Detective Bat, I would like you to tell me about the state of the victim. If you mean a photo of the body, here, look at it all you like. It seems the victim was beaten to death with a blunt object. Has the murder weapon been found? You should try asking the prosecutor in charge later. It seems he doesn't intend to tell me frankly. So, may I borrow this photograph? Sure, it's not a photo that was taken by the police. Miss Hall took a photo of the body with an instant camera when she discovered it. An instant camera? Is that like a disposable camera? An instant camera is a camera that can develop its film right after taking a picture. Such a convenient camera exists. Anyway, let's go over the state of the crime scene a bit. Yep, very dated technology by today's standards. This photo, upon closer examination, contradicts the state of the crime scene. I'll have to deduce the contradiction to resolve this matter. But the only thing the police removed from the crime scene was the body. They also took away the piece of cloth the body was wrapped in. In that case, a major contradiction has been created at the crime scene. Contradiction. Detective Bat, please look at the crime scene carefully once more. The blood stain that should have remained at the crime scene has disappeared. I definitely didn't get any reports about the bloodstain being cleaned up. I'll check with forensics. Mr. Edgeworth, what happened? Comparing the photo and the crime scene, something struck me as being out of place. In the photo, the chocolate underneath the body remained intact inside the treasure chest. Alright, in the actual crime scene, it's missing. Chocolate with the bloodstain has completely vanished. Yes, did the police remove it, or was this the work of the criminal? According to forensics, no one has cleaned up any bloodstains. I see. Well, that would mean someone erased the bloodstain. Who knows? This is an actual crime scene. I'm so excited. This isn't a game, Raymond. Please be more serious. Yes, sir. I'm taking a memo right now. Oh, and what exactly are you writing? I'm copying down this dessert recipe over here. Raymond, please be more serious. Yes, sir. Excuse me, but you are... My apologies. I was meditating. What did you ask, Sir Detective? Actually, I'm a defense attorney. My name is Gregory Edgeworth. I'm his assistant, Raymond. Pardon my late introduction. My name is Dane Gustavia. I am one of the pastry chefs participating in this contest. What kind of desserts do you make, Mr. Gustavia? My specialty is making desserts out of candy. Oh, what a cute seahorse! It was meant to be a dragon dancing in the sky. This is a dragon? I think it would fit better in the ocean than in the sky. I know all too well that design is my weak point. I plan to study design and undergo training in Shengfa once things settle down here. I probably shouldn't touch the subject design any further. Mr. Gustavia, if you aren't related to the investigation, why are you in this room? Sir Detective wanted to know more about the desserts in this room, so he asked me to come. Since he's one of the contestants, he might know something. Mr. Gustavia, these instrumentals you use are quite unusual. These instruments are called candy pumps, and they are pump air into the candy. They kind of look like swords. They're so cool. Indeed, ever since I began using them, no day has gone by where I didn't receive a burn or wound. That's why I wear red clothes, so that not a single stain will ever show on me. Making desserts is serious business. I'm always training. Does he injure himself because he hasn't trained enough? Can you tell me about the great dessert contest that was held here? From the looks of this room, it seems the desserts weren't just for eating. The exhibition Mr. Master held was a contest in the art of dessert. The art of dessert. Desserts that are true works of art, made solely out of edible materials. The works of art in this room are all made from desserts. Now that you mention it, the whole room is filled with the smell of chocolate. The master exhibits great talent in both flavor and design. If you are not able to surpass the master in flavor and design, you will not be able to win. Being the world's greatest pastry chef is pretty hard, isn't it? In other words, if I can surpass the master, I shall become the world's greatest pastry chef. That was the prize of this contest. The prize is the title of the world's greatest. In addition to that, there is also the master's treasured Angel's recipe. If you want to learn more about the contest, just look at this piece of paper. These were the rules that were given to the participants of the contest. Sorry, but I do not know how much about this incident. I only learned about the incident after the judging had finished. How was the contest judging carried out? Let's see, so Master started judging at 3 PM. Starting from my room, the judging proceeded in a clockwise direction. I used the room to the right of Sir's master's room, which is the room we're in now. Next room, a female pastry chef named Alicia was judged. A female pastry chef? What kind of person is she? She is a frightening woman who would do anything to achieve a goal. I heard she used a lot of cream to make a fantasy-themed dessert. And lastly, Sir Dover's room was judged. His works were frozen statues made from Chabet. Hall discovered a body in the middle of Gustavia's judging. She panicked, and because she immediately notified the police, Master continued judging without knowledge that the body had been discovered. As a result, Master judged Dover's room in Dover's absence. It seems we have plenty of room to suspect Master. I'm lacking information. It's probably too early to object. By the way, Detective, Bad, what were you talking to Mr. Gustavi about earlier? I was asking him about the chocolate frame hanging under the wall. I thought something was missing. I thought if I asked someone who knew a lot about desserts, I could get an answer. Although, thanks to your arrival, I still haven't gotten my answer yet. Well then, since you've been waiting for so long, we can ask him about it right now. I guess you don't understand sarcasm. Mr. Gustavi, can you assist us with this matter? I train in the art of desserts every day. If you have a question about desserts, please do not hesitate to ask. Thank you very much. You can make such a beautiful picture out of chocolate? As expected, Master Jam. Is this really chocolate? It looks like an actual picture to me. Impressive, Sir Attorney, you note as well. This picture of an angel is not a dessert, but rather the angel's recipe. The angel's recipe? The prize for the contest. That picture isn't made of chocolate? Indeed, within this chocolate frame lies a recipe book. Sir Master told everyone when he explained the rules of the contest to us in this room. So the contestants knew the recipe was here. How about it, this frame? Don't you think it's missing something? This must be what Detective Bad was asking Mr. Gustavi about earlier. This chocolate frame, there does seem to be a part that's missing. That's what's been bothering me as well. What's missing? Let me show Raymond the frame that's missing. Look closely at this part with the decorations. Can you see that one of them is missing? It's true, it's different from the other decorations. This perfect balance in the decoration is not like Sir Master. Upon closer examination, it seems this frame is not the only one with missing parts. We need to investigate further. All the desserts in this room each have one part missing. Oh, the candle holder and the sailing tools are all damaged as well. So someone tampered with the scene of the crime. Perhaps. Maybe Master vandalized the room himself to fool us. Master Jeff wouldn't do that sort of thing to his own desserts. Tampered desserts. I wonder if they are connected to the incident. I won't rest until I've suspected every suspicious looking nook and cranny. This is a fire alarm. Let me say in advance, that's not a dessert. It's the real deal. If you press that, an alarm will sound and security will be contacted. I understand that you want to press it to see what happens, but please restrain yourself. No, I don't particularly feel like pressing it. It's because you're a defense attorney. I don't think being a defense attorney has anything to do with it. A dessert in the shape of candle holder. It's tilted, titled Light of Life. It seems that one of these important lights isn't lit. Is it symbolic or? The captain's log of a chocolate ship, which is also made out of chocolate. It seems the style is Journal of Regret. Running out of rum while drifting at the Red Sea was really made me red with regret, it reads. I don't know what kind of voyage it was, but it doesn't seem very regretful. These finger marks are... These are unidentified finger marks. We don't know who they belong to, since no fingerprints were left behind. Finger marks without prints. These might be related to the case. It's a mystery. Was probably wearing gloves. Too bad lacks dreams and romance. I don't think there are dreams or romance at a murder scene. Achoo! Are you alright, Raymond? Oh, this room is way too cold. The fountain patio wasn't very warm either. This room certainly is cold. Do you want to wear my coat? Nope, I'm fine. Because that's something that you promised to give me when I become a defense attorney. That's right. Why is the temperature turned down so low? It's been turned down in order to maintain the chocolate's temperature. Why don't you try opening the panel cover on that wall? Panel cover. Oh, there's a secret panel hidden there? This control panel is installed in all the rooms the master prepared. So as not to detract from the search presentation, the cover was closed to conceal it. What does the panel do? It allows you to change the temperature and the lighting in the room. In order to preserve any type of dessert, it can go down to about -22 Fahrenheit. The room would be like a freezer. It's set to 59 Fahrenheit. No wonder it was so cold. Is it bad? I'm not allowed to change temperature. Okay, because I use proper metrics, I'm gonna have a look at that. 59. I need to know what that is. Fahrenheit. 15 Celsius? That's not cold. That's room temperature. That's what is called? That is the temperature that the oceans are at when it's nice to bathe in during a Danish summer. Then again, I do live in Viking land, so. But yeah, that's what I would consider decent or warm. Oh well, not warm per se. Warm is more like 18 to 20 degrees, but 15 that's pretty okay. That's okay. Not really cold before you go down around like 12, 10. Then it's like a bit chill, and it's first really cold when you get down around the 6. That's when it starts being a little cold. Also -22 was what was that? I bring it. That was -30, which is actually cold. Yeah. I'm not allowed to change the temperature, am I? Preserving the crime scene is the foundation of being a detective. But I'm not a detective! A defense attorney can't recklessly damage a crime scene either. Indeed, Sir Assistant, enduring hardship is also part of training. In order to preserve chocolate, 59 Fahrenheit to 64 Fahrenheit is the ideal temperature. The ideal temperature for chocolate, as expected of the dessert chef. No, it is but a trifle. This is basic knowledge for anyone should know if they're dessert chef. So, what's the ideal temperature for candy and fresh cream? As long as you watch out for humidity and hot temperatures, candy shouldn't melt. For fresh cream, around 50 Fahrenheit is is the ideal temperature. You need to watch out for humidity and hot temperatures for candy. I see. What is the ideal temperature for candy? Not hot, apparently. What kind of advice is that? I think what he meant to say was that humidity can affect it, and otherwise you want to keep under a certain amount of temperature, and then it should be fine. But the way he says it, like, what is the ideal temperature? Not hot temperature. Not hot. Also, that's also very subjective, as I just said. It's hot in Denmark when it's around 70, 18, maybe 20 degrees. That's hot. And 26 is what we would call a heat wave here. And then they're all like, oh, it's so cold. It's 15 degrees. Actually, wait a moment here. Let me check the temperature of this room. It's 16 degrees in this room, and I'm great. Honestly, Ray is being a little bit of a I don't want to use that word. My brain says pussy, but also I'm thinking like that's a sexist word, and I don't want to use it in that way. But I think you guys know what I mean, though. He's wimp. He's a bit of a wimp right now. That's better. He's a bit of a wimp. Like 15 degrees is not that bad. Detective Band. He seemed a bit happy when they were talking about candy. Is candy one of his favorite things? I already checked this area earlier, but it never hurt to take another look. Well, I'm not gonna waste any time on that. I have other things to look at. A little tableware and cookware are placed on the counter. It looks like the same tea set that Miss Hall was wearing. Was Master Jeff drinking this black tea? On this tea set, only Jeff Master's fingerprints were found. Were his fingerprints found on any of the other cookware? The cookware was washed. Nobody's fingerprints remained. Or he might have been cooking with gloves on. It seems the only thing here with his fingerprints is tea set. I think that covers everything. So let's see if we can put this together. Okay, I might have jumped the gun on that one. Here you go. Due to the broken stand, the ship lost its balance. It would seem Miss Hall entered the room upon hearing the ship collapse. Yeah, when Miss Hall entered the room, the ship had already fallen over. Anyway, I wonder why the stand broke. See, that's I was a bit ahead of the game. Maybe there was something wrong with the ship's balance in the first place. Not really true. Each of Mr. Master's works had a piece that was missing. Add that to the fact that the ship's chocolate stand was broken. I think we can surmise that someone ransacked this room. And the one who did it could be the true culprit. That I don't know. But I think it's safe to say that the ship stand got broken when the room was ransacked. And when the ship fell over, it broke the treasure chest lid. I expect that the lid of the treasure chest was originally closed. It seems our investigation of this room is just about over. This should make it clear. Jeff Master is the culprit. Why? All the rooms in this mansion were locked from the inside, and the only way to open them from the outside was to use this key to the mansion. Do you know who had the key? Master was the only one with the key. There were no spare keys. By using the mansion's key, Master could enter all the contestants' rooms. Of course, the key could also lock his room from the outside. However, Mr. Master's room is currently unlocked. Yeah, that's why I suspect Master is the culprit. I'd like to hear your reasoning in more detail. If the body had been found in a locked room, Master would have been prime suspect. That's why Master made sure to leave the door to his own room unlocked. And to ensure that the body would be seen, Master broke the lid on the treasure chest. After the judging, everyone was scheduled to meet in Master's room. That would have created the impression that the murder had occurred while he was away. Contrary to his expectations, the body was discovered by Miss Hall. That's my reason for suspecting Master. Got that, Ace Attorney? So you also think it was Mr. Master himself who vandalized his room? Yeah. Your defense attorneys believe that justice lies in trusting your clients. But I'm a detective. If I believe every poor sap's story, I'll let the suspicious ones get away. I understand your reasoning thoroughly. However, I'd like you to hear my thoughts on the subject now. Fine. Detective Bad believes that he is right, but I won't give up so easily. I can't accept his reasoning. I'll have to show him evidence that contradicts it. Body had been found in the locked room. Master would have been prime suspect. Isn't it a little premature to suspect Mr. Master on those grounds alone? It's a little premature for you to be objecting. Just wait until I'm done. That's why Master made sure to leave the door to his room unlocked. He left it unlocked. If the door had been locked, Master would be the one who could commit the crime. Well, maybe the door just happened to be unlocked? Then maybe the body just happened to be lying in the open, waiting to be discovered. Runt, do you think you can become a good detective with logic like that? But I don't want to be a detective. I want to be a defense attorney. I hope he isn't trying to steal my apprentice. Master had a reason to leave the door unlocked. And to ensure that the body would be seen, Master broke the lid on the treasure chest. You believe the broken lid was Mr. Master's doing? Yes, if he hadn't done that, the body wouldn't have been found. It doesn't seem likely that he would break his own work while he was judging the contest. That's right, Master Jeff would never waste a good dessert. On piece of cake, he even eats them while dancing. That TV show is irrelevant here. Detective Bad, you know about piece of cake. When I didn't even know of it. What? This is a surprise? So, do you sing the song too? That's irrelevant. Anyway, the one who broke the lid in the treasure chest was Master. Here and there and everywhere. Ding. Don't remember the rest of the lyrics. After the judging, everyone was scheduled to meet in Master's room. The judging began in the Gustavius room, right? Yeah. I too was looking forward to seeing his candy craft. If you could like, I can put on display of my candy craft for you right now. What do you think? It represents a detective. Is that supposed to be a police dog? No. It's a wolf. Lone wolf. Not bad. What would my candy form be? I'm kinda curious myself. Move on. That would have created the impression that a murder had occurred while he was away. Do you know the time of the murder? We're still waiting on the autopsy report. Without the autopsy report, how could you have arrested Mr. Master? We don't know the time of death, but we do know when the body was discovered. It was discovered while Master was judging Dame Gustavia's room. I believe he let the body be discovered to create an alibi. But that alone is not enough to arrest Mr. Master, right? Who knows? That's all I intend to say. Detective Bat, are you hiding something? Detective Bat seems adamant that Mr. Master is the culprit. I don't think Master Jeff would have broken his own creation. But why was the treasure chest broken then? Just think back to the situation in which the body was found. In doing so, we should be able to see the contradiction in Bat's reasoning. If the body had been found in a locked room, Master would have been prime suspect. That's why Master made to leave the door open. Notes from the crime scene. The victim's body was found in a treasure chest made of chocolate and Jeff Masters. The cause of death seemed to be a hard blow to the head, blood obvious. Some circumstances are unclear regarding the part of the treasure chest and a bloodstain. Each of the desserts in Mr. Master's room had one part missing before the ship's fall. The treasure chest lid was closed. Prize title of the Great Speech rules. Contestants' room will be judged starting from left. Afterwards, all parties will meet in guest room. Any decorations not made from desserts are prohibited. Entering another contestant's room before the judging is done is prohibited. Prohibited. Someone left finger marks in the chocolate frame, no fingerprints. This is a rather splendid design. You think so? It seems a little eccentric to me. I'm not even sure how to portray it. Rather than the practicality of this design, focus on the artistic merits. Mr. Edgeworth's art sense is too high for me to understand. There are an engraving on the bottom. It says PH. It's the initial of the creator, Pierre Hookworth. Miss Hall and Mr. Master seem to be big fans of his sculpture's works. Initials, huh? If it were mine, it'll be RS. Why don't you try carving your initials on your own belongings? Interesting. Managing key, the only key that can unlock the rooms. Ensure that the party would be seen. Master broke the lid on the treasure chest.
Objection!
Originally, the victim's body was hidden inside the chocolate treasure chest. Miss Hall entered the room when she heard a sound. I think it's likely that this was the sound of the chocolate ship falling over. Yeah, that's what you would think, just by looking at the crime scene. You said that Mr. Master broke the treasure chest lid himself. But this photo shows that the ship's fall caused the lid to break. If the lid broke just before Miss Hall found the body, then Mr. Master, who was in the middle of judging, could not have broken it. I never said the Master broke the lid directly. The ship was set up to fall during the judging. I believe he tampered with it. With the stand. You have proof he tampered with it? No, but the investigation isn't completely over yet. It seems they still haven't found anything conclusive. Have you found any other fingerprints other than Mr. Master's in this room? Yeah, there was some left on the door. But the victim Dover and Master were also among the fingerprints left behind. Before we made our desserts, we all gathered here to have the judging explained to us. Perhaps that was when we left those fingerprints. But you didn't find any fingerprints on the works in this room. What? Someone tampered with the chocolate in this room. So perhaps there are other fingerprints on it apart from Mr. Master's. No matter what we find, It won't clear Master of suspicion. Labby, hurry up and dust the chocolate for fingerprints. Roger that, sir. Detective Bat, you found another person's fingerprints on all of the chocolate in the room. Whose fingerprints? They belong to a pastry chef by the name of Delicia. Good work. Return to the investigation. Yes, sir. It would seem that there are other suspicious people besides Mr. Master after all. I don't need a defense attorney to tell me that. I'm not stopping my investigation. We'll just go and listen to what this Delicia has to say. Delicia Gustavia told us about her not long ago. Is she really a frightening woman who would do anything to achieve her goal? Mr. Edgeworth, this Delicia lady sounds mighty suspicious to me. It seems that it will be necessary for us to speak with her directly as well. To the Bat, would you allow us to accompany you? I'm not obligated to do that. What? But you were the one who discovered the truth of the crime scene. Fine, have it your way. Follow me. Take the Bat. Thank you. Take the Bat, sir. Are you about that right now? That prosecutor is in the room? Doesn't matter. Him and I don't see eye to eye. Him? Who's the prosecutor in charge of this case anyway? Manfred von Karma. What? Von Karma is in charge? That guy hasn't lost a case in 25 years. Manfred von Karma, the living legend of the prosecutor's office. If the rumor of his courtroom performance are to be believed, he's a man who would do anything for a guilty verdict. No matter what kind of prosecutor he is, I can only hold true to the path I believe in. December 24th, 7:30 p.m. Contest venue, Delicia's room. Wow, a candy castle. And there are even some fairies over there. This room seems to be structured in the same way as Master's room. But it's nowhere near as cold. This room also seems to have been fitted with a temperature control panel. Ah, it's over by that orange lamp, right? Indeed. Let's not forget to investigate it later. Even so, this room is like something out of a fairy tale. Is the screen-covered Castle Delicia's work? Where is Delicia? Oi! Can I help you? Hello, boys. I'm Delicious Combs. In my native England, I'm known as Miss Delicious. Being called a boy, even though I'm already 34. It's certainly a rare experience. Well, boys, I understand you're calling me that, but Mr. Edgeworth? As far as I'm concerned, you're all boys to me, even that detective over there. My name is Bad, not a boy. Just how old is this woman? Mr. Attorney, let's just finish our business here. Right. You, what do you think you're doing conversing with a mere attorney? Mr. Ashford, the scary man came out of the candy castle. Von Karma. This man is Professor Von Karma? Prosecutor Von Karma. Oh, Manny. He's Von Karma. Pleased to meet you, Prosecutor Von Karma. My name is Gregory Edgeworth, defense attorney. Bah! I have no interest in the names of defense attorneys. After all, they only exist to be crushed by me. What a rude man. That piercing gaze and furrowed brow. Oh, he's even scarier than the rumors say. Although that statement was also very rude. Prosecutor Von Karma, would you allow us to investigate too? You think I would give information to a mere defense attorney? As I thought, it won't be that simple. However, I'll make a special exception for this room. Why did he change his mind so quickly? You old bloodhound. Don't call me that. My name is Bad. Ha! A mere detective speaking back to me. I admire your courage, at least. Bad, stand to watch and see to it that I don't misbehave. Why me? I will not accept your refusal. Well then, I'll be investigating Gustavia's room next. I'm babysitting again. I wonder why he and Winkama aren't investigating together. Instead of being on bad terms, it seems like they hardly know each other. Mr. Edgeworth, now that we've got Winkama's permission, we can continue investigating. Yes, his manner bothers me, but I'm glad we can at least continue to investigate. Hold it. I also need to investigate this room. I don't want you disturbing the room, so you'll investigate after me. What, aren't you the detective in charge of this case? Why haven't you investigated this room yet? The detective in charge of the initial investigation was a close colleague of Winkama. I came to take over for him, so I only got to this mansion just recently. So that's why he and Winkama are investigating together. Detective Bad, will you allow us to investigate with you like before? In doing so, you'll be able to supervise us and also ensure we don't tamper with anything. You want me to watch you? You're a strange lawyer. I'll let you stick around. A little longer. Yay, you did it, Mr. Edgeworth! Thank you, Detective Bad. But if I decide you're holding up the investigation, you'll have to leave. All these deep voices are killing my throat. Oh. Why is everyone in most games always men? It always results in me having to... Don't. Yes, I understand. Well then, let's begin the investigation. Seek the sweet smell of cream. Yes, this truly is a fairy tale world. I yet here in this sugary sweet room, there was one with such sour face. He does belong in this room. That scary old man. Raymond, mind what you say. You're being a bit rude. Sorry, it won't happen again. You reminded me of my old school teacher who used to get mad at me a lot. A school teacher? I definitely don't want to think of my son being taught by such a man. I can't believe this amazing castle is made entirely out of confectionery. I know, what a work of fancy. It's like a fairy tale world. You like all this fairy tale stuff, don't you? Sorry, I got a bit too excited, didn't I? No, it's interesting to me since you're so enthusiastic about it, unlike my son. Your son? He's only in grade school, and yet he prefers to read law books instead of fairy tales. I'm worried that he won't be able to make any friends that he can talk to. What an interesting kid. I'd like to be his friend. I think you'd be more of an older brother to him. An older brother, huh? Well, I've got some growing up to do then. Yes, and that's why we have to continue with the investigation. Castle doors are open. When someone opens the door, they really should remember to close it afterwards. They say that directed to Professor Winkama. Looks like there's some stuff inside. Let's see. Wait, I'll examine it. Stay out of the way. This fresh cream melts so easily. Cream is melting, a single touch can cause it to break. Seems like the six bad shoes got covered in cream. Why were these subjects kept inside the castle? If there's anything you want to investigate, you better speak up. 2 big rocks are placed here. It's like a storage room. Yeah, the inside of the candy castle isn't so dreamy. Hey, maybe they're raw gemstones. Who knew there was such treasures hidden within the castle? Seems like a rather careless way to handle treasure. It looks like here's underneath the rocks. Seems there's a pedestal attached to the bottom of the rocks. Of course, it's a pedestal for displaying gems. Well, in any case, this is no ordinary object. There are rolls of blue cloth here. Looks like there's 4 of them in all. They certainly don't look like desserts. Yeah, I don't know what the cloth is for. It almost seems like it was hidden here inside the castle. Also, the color of this cloth looks familiar somehow. This pillar has a hexagonal something. It looks like a pedestal, but it has nothing in it. Hexagonal recess, huh? I wonder what would have been put in there. Giant strawberry would fit with the fresh cream. But it's bad. I don't think strawberries are hexagonal. I was just hoping. Then I hope it's a banana. I think I prefer blueberries. The rock's pedestal has a similar shape to the recesses on the castle's pillars. Perhaps the rock is meant to be placed on top of the pillars. Oh, that's right. They're both hexagonal. I wonder why they were hidden inside the castle, though. The blue cloth and the rocks inside the castle. I wonder if they belong to Delicia. Delicia! Those things in the castle, what are they used for? Oh, those? I'm afraid I can't tell you. Looks like one Karma is keeping her silent. I've been found out. He'll get mad if I talk. Prosecutor Von Karma doesn't intend on being upfront with this information. Oh, it's such a shame. We finally figured out where these rocks are supposed to go. Oh, could it be that you're interested in my goods? Oh, your goods. Those are my popular relaxation goods. You mean the rocks and the cloth? Yes, see, that's right. You see, they're not actually rocks, but special lamps made from rock salt. Wow, so those are lamps? It gets even more exciting, because this cloth also has an amazing secret. As soon as we showed interest in her goods, she became quite talkative. Since we got them out, come experience the therapy, boys. Batty, could you put everything up? It's not Batty, it's bad. So you won't do it. Is Batty being a bad boy? Labby, are you done photographing this room? Yes, sir. Yes, I am. Then go help Delicia. Yes, sir. I'm on it. Thanks. I knew you were a good boy underneath, Patty. Miss Delicious, that was amazing. You even persuaded Detective Bat. Thanks a lot, Patty. And you too, Forensics. She even gave the Forensics a nickname. I think that her way of showing she cares. What's so therapeutic about these things anyway? We don't have time for that now, Betty. This show is about to begin. Forensics, finishing touches, please. Yes, ma'am. Wow, it's so beautiful. It really is. I wish my son could see this. Boy, I told you so, right? The 4 fairies and this curious candy castle was the theme of my work. It's so sparkly and cute, right? It seems like one of them is missing something. The truth is, I had planned to unveil it during the contest. Well, I'm glad I got to show it to you boys. But it doesn't look like rock salt lamps are lighting up. Huh? I wonder why. I think I'll need to examine the rocks and the fairies again.
Eureka!
It looks like both the lamps and the pillars are broken. Both of their light bulbs are broken. Maybe they were dropped on the floor. There's some sort of red stain on this lamp's surface. This stain, could it be? That smell, there's no mistaking it. It's a blood stain. Oh, that's a blood stain! Why is there a blood stain in this lamp? I wonder if this has something to do with the lamp bulb being broken. I should also take a look at the other lamp here. This is where Delicia originally intended to put the lamps. I don't get why she put them in the castle. Since they're broken and don't light up, maybe she decided to put them out of the way. If you want them out of the way, there are many other places to store them. It's like the old saying, hide the salt in the sugar bag. I think that saying goes, hide a tree in the forest. If Delicia intended to use these lamps as decorations during the contest, it creates a contradiction with that piece of evidence. I need to deduce the contradiction of the scene.
Eureka!
Detective Bad, please read the contest leaflet. Any decorations not made from desserts are prohibited. These rock salt lamps and the fluorescent cloths go against the rules. So maybe that's why they were hidden in the castle. I wonder about that. I think we should investigate further into Delicia's actions. Miss Delicious, you don't seem as energetic as you were earlier. Delicia, can I just ask, did something happen with Wankama? Yes, see, nothing of the sort. What you just said, yes, see. That yes, see just now was only a greeting. You're a cute boy, I like you. What's your first name? It's Raymond, but... Well, Ray Ray, I think you'll make a good man of yourself someday. Ray Ray? How about that? I think you have a way with British ladies. She's a little different from my image of a lady. Why don't we listen to what she has to say? Could you tell me about your actions during the contest? Yes, see, we began making desserts for the contest around 10 o'clock. Basically, I was in here making my desserts the whole time. At 1:30, I joined the afternoon tea for about an hour or so. Afternoon tea? It's a social occasion where conversation is had over black tea and cakes. So it's pretty much a tea party? Well, I suppose. Oh, Greggy, you're a smart boy, aren't you? When did I become Greggy? Where was the afternoon tea held? It took place in the garden outside of the fountain patio. It's our customary break time during the contest. It's always held at the same time. Today, there were just 3 of us who took part, Jeffy, Katie, and me. Since Jeffy had already finished his creations, he was there from the beginning to the end. Icy and Gusty didn't join in because they hadn't finished the dessert yet. So everyone other than Mr. Dover and Mr. Gustavia participated. Yes, actually I hadn't finished my desserts yet either. I just wanted to try some of Jeffy's handmade pastries and Katie's fresh brewed tea. So after I had eaten my fill, I returned before everyone else. During the contest, did you enter any of the other contestants' rooms? What are you saying? You found your fingerprints on the desserts at the crime scene. Oh, you found them? Are you admitting that you went to the scene of the murder? But I admit it. But I'm not the murderer. It's the honest truth. Please hear me out. What were you doing in Mr. Master's room? The truth is, I was studying his desserts. Studying? Because Jeffy's so talented at making sweets, well, nobody was in his room at the time, so I just decided to study his works for a bit. But if you were just looking, you wouldn't have left your fingerprints behind. Yes, see, it's natural that I left fingerprints on the desserts. For the sake of research, I ate some of his desserts. Isn't that like stealing food? It couldn't be. The one who wrecked Mr. Master's room was... Oh, I'm so sorry. It wasn't my intention to vandalize the room, but I did eat a few parts of the desserts in his room. I secretly ate little bits of pieces so Jeffrey wouldn't find out. So, did you eat the ship's stand as well? Yes, see, I did. The chocolate ship broke because of you. I'm sorry. So the reason she left the afternoon tea early was to preserve her appetite. But you got to believe me on this. I'm not the murderer. Her actions are sufficiently suspicious, but I won't press on it. Not yet. Unlike the other fairies, this one doesn't have a fluorescent cloth. Mr. Delicious! It's not right to leave one out. I don't like it either. But one fluorescent cloth and the machine has gone missing. You lost the cloth and the machine. What sort of machine is it? Oh, let me tell you. The piece of fluorescent cloth is hooked up to one of these machines. The machine is called a rainbow light device. Light is sent through the cable and into the cloth, which is made of optic fibers. Just fiddle around with the settings a bit and it will turn into all sorts of colors. When it grows red, it's like a raging inferno. And when it goes blue, you can almost feel the glittering cool ice. It's powered by a long-lasting battery that resistant to changes in the temperature. I'm not very familiar with these kinds of devices. Mr. Edgeworth is saying that it's a machine that transmits light to a special clock. I see. It's amazing what they came up with these days. The one rainbow light device and one fluorescent cloth are missing. Yes, see, that's right. So wherever could they be? This fluorescent cloth, could it be related to the case? Wait, that thing you got there is rather cute, Greggy. But the color is rather unappealing. Now, if I were to coat it with fresh cream. Stop it. Wrong thing. I hate it when I accidentally press the wrong button. Oh, the thing you got there is rather cute. Neither of these result in anything. Does not react to any of it. Two candy fairies sitting on the tree stump. Cloth in the bag along with the decorative really gives it a magical atmosphere. It almost feels like you're spellbound. What we need to look for is hidden truth of the real world. Don't be fooled by the fairies. There is evidence that the victim was beaten to death with a blunt object. What's more, there is a bloodstain on one of the broken rock salt lamps. Could the stab have been the murder weapon? You're right, it could have been used as a weapon. Labby, is the blood analysis on this rock salt lamp finished? Yes, sir, it's finished just a few moments ago. The bloodstain on that lamp belonged to the victim. You heard that, what he said. The murder weapon was hidden in Delicia's room. We need to consider her as one of the suspects as well. Okay, I know I'm trying all of them, but I'm so certain one of these sets is supposed to go together. Actually, I'm pretty certain all three of them are supposed to go together. Okay, apparently not. Maybe I lack something? It's fine.
It's fine. For now. There's a burn on some chemicals over here. They were probably used to make desserts. What are these chemicals that... The line on the label says, number 1 punch out and number 5 suffering. Are they poisons? No, they're both used to make desserts. Seems to be artificial flavoring and coloring. Punch out is a catchy name for a fruit punch essence. Very misleading. What bothers me is that suffering stands for. I'm missing something, but I don't know what. The room temperature is 68 Fahrenheit and the lights are set to green. Gustavia said that 50 Fahrenheit is the ideal temperature of fresh cream. This room's temperature is too high. This is intriguing. Now here we go. The reason the fresh cream is so fragile is due to the temperature in this room. So my shoes got cream because the room temperature is set at 68 Fahrenheit. Speaking of which, when you opened the castle door, the doorknob didn't break. Yeah, it was stronger than I thought. Wrong. A dessert. Titterbat, could you have a closer look at the doorknob? It would seem this doorknob isn't a dessert. And it's not just a doorknob. This castle and the fairies are just plastic molds coated in fresh cream. This isn't a dessert piece at all. It would seem they're just fake desserts covered in fresh cream. Using decorations that were against the rules and making fake desserts. A lot of Delicious' actions seem suspicious. Yeah, it doesn't seem like she's aiming to be the world's greatest pastry chef. Also, the temperature of this room is way too high. Is there a reason for that? I wonder. I think we should ask Delicia directly. Delicia, why is the room temperature set to 68 Fahrenheit? The cold doesn't agree with me. Plus, it's bad for the body. This figure doesn't just maintain itself, you know? Actually, as a lady, I want to look young forever. I wonder how old Miss Delicious really is. Raymond, a true gentleman, never asks a woman her age. This room is mainly filled with cream, and 50 Fahrenheit is the recommended temperature for serving fresh cream. What, really? Now it's all gone to waste. It looks like Miss Delicious didn't know. I thought she was supposed to be a first-class pastry chef. The fake desserts and the rule violation, now her lack of basic knowledge. Looks like she keeps many secrets. I knew they would fall like dominoes once the first one cracked. I just lacked one piece. This knowledge in the art of the search making is lacking in fundamental areas, and she claimed she went into Mr. Master's room in order to study his desserts. These actions or ideas are not fitting of someone aiming to be the world's greatest pastry chef. Yeah, they don't sound like the words of a pro. It's like she doesn't even realize it, or maybe she isn't a real pastry chef. Perhaps she had some other intention. It's possible that she didn't go into the room to study desserts. So then, are you saying Miss Delicious is the criminal? We can't say that for sure yet. But I know she's hiding something from us. That's enough investigating. We found much more than I expected. And yet, something from before still bothers me. Prosecutor Von Karma must have found the murder weapon in this room. So then, why did he let Delicia be? Firstly, I must ascertain Von Karma's true motives. That's bad. I would like to ask Prosecutor Von Karma something. I've also got business with him. And Delicia there too. What's the idea, Patty? Don't glare at me like that. It seems that Silverhat also has his doubt about Delicia and Von Karma. Delicia, would you come with us for a moment? Yeah, see, that's fine. What for? We have to find Von Karma. There are some things we need to talk about. December 24th, 8:05 p.m. contest venue, Fountain Patio. Prosecutor Von Karma, we need to talk about the case. Tisk, tisk, tisk. From the look on your face, I assume you found the murder weapon? Yes. We discovered the murder weapon in Delicia's room. It would seem Mr. Master isn't the only suspect in this case. Bah, that's not true. Where the murder weapon was found does not change the fact the Master is the culprit. As long as I am here. Why is Von Karma so sure of himself? Well then, aren't you going to explain why the murder weapon was in Delicia's room? Naturally. If you wish to know, I'll tell you. In order to pin the crime on Delicia, Master used the rock salt lamp to kill the victim. He then deposited the murder weapon in Delicia's room. If he had left the murder weapon at the crime scene, Master would have been the one suspected. He couldn't move the body, but it was easy to move the murder weapon. Ergo, there would be no evidence pointing to a specific culprit at the crime scene. Mr. Master took the rock salt lamp. Precisely. I carried out the investigation myself. There can be no room for doubt. Do you have evidence that he moved it? That will not be necessary. What? Tisk, tisk, tisk. If you have an objection, say it. Do you think a mere defense attorney can break my logic? He took the rock salt lamp from Delicia's room. Exactly. In order to kill Dover, he had prepared the murder weapon beforehand. But the murder weapon was found in Delicia's room. Doesn't that place suspicion on Delicia too? I'm not finished. Master killed Dover. He then deposited the murder weapon in Delicia's room. So the murder weapon was the rock salt lamp hidden inside the candy castle. I discovered the murder weapon when I entered the castle. Be thankful, defense attorney, that you too came by this information. Why was it necessary for you to enter the castle? Oh, maybe he's interested in candy castles. Why, do you think I went in there because I wanted to? The detective at the scene were useless, so I had to investigate myself! I was in charge of the initial investigation. Detective Bat joined the investigation halfway through. Bah! A certain work ethic is required if you are to gain my trust. This is a flagrant waste of time. I'll continue. If you had left the murder weapon at the crime scene, Master would have been the one suspected.
Wouldn't the body left behind in his room also be cause for suspicion? Moreover,
I have a favorite saying I like to share it with you. Even dogs can wait. Wait until I've finished.
that's exactly what I like to say to you.
You couldn't move the body, but it was easy to move the murder weapon.
I was saying that Mr. Master removed the murder weapon and hit the body in the chest.
He believed that if he hid it inside his own work, it would not be discovered.
Oh, so savory. Don't you mean so sorry?
She shows no sign of remorse. He moved the murder weapon and left the body at the scene. Ergo, there would be no evidence pointing to a specific culprit at the crime scene.
How can you conclude that Mr. Master is the killer without any evidence?
Tisk, tisk, tisk. You think that will shake me? You disappoint me. As long as the body was found in Mr. Master's room, he's the prime suspect.
Is there really no evidence pointing to anyone else at the crime scene? Surely there's room for further investigation.
Insolent attorney. Another investigation is not necessary. Master must be the killer. If you think differently, cease these pointless words and speak with evidence.
Think back to the crime scene. If Mr. Master isn't the killer, there must have been something there incriminating someone else. This one karma won't be shaken easily. I'll just have to present evidence that contradicts his reasoning. In order to pin the crime on Alicia, Master used the rock salt to kill the victim. Okay. He then deposited the murder weapon in Alicia's room. If he had left the murder weapon at the crime scene, Master would have been suspected. Been the one suspected. Couldn't move the body, but it was easy to move the murder weapon. Echo? That would be pointless. What was found, which was just later checked. Because there was to be a hard by belonging objects, some circumstances are unclear regarding the part of the treasure chest and a bloodstain. Each of the deserters in Mr. Master's room had one part missing before the treasure chest lid was closed. Couldn't move the body, but it's easy to move a murder weapon. Yes, that is correct. If you had left the murder weapon at the crime scene, Master would have been the one suspected. He then deposited the murder weapon in Alicia's room. Oh, it's been Master's salt rock. It was found in a room. Murder weapon at the crime scene, Master would have been suspected. Blue cloud. Like the color. As expected on Mr. Edgeworth, that's so old school. Come on, let's hurry up and make it glow. Yes, does he mean old fashioned?
Ah, there are some switches over here. They probably control the color of the cloth. Women, try pressing one. The cloth has started to glow. It's so mesmerizing. I could look at it all day. The rainbow light device has made the cloth glow with light blue aura. Speaking of which, one of the cloth's devices has gone missing. I wonder where it went to. I don't have the answer to that. Case. Well, we're gonna get out of that. It seems one karma won't be shaken easily. I'll just have to present evidence that contradicts his reasoning. In order to pin the crime, the master used the rock salt lamp to kill the victim, which is conjecture. He then deposited the murder weapon in Felicia's room. The murder weapon was found in Felicia's room, that is correct. But the lamp has a hexagonal base. These pillars must have been made to match the shape. After all, they fit the pillar in the candy perfect. A vivid blood stain was left behind. I can't believe the murder weapon came from inside the candy castle. Raymond, if it's too difficult, you don't have to look at it. I'm fine. I'm going to become a lawyer after all. I see. Promising future. So that seems to be what I can figure out about the rock salt for now. I really want to see the light up. I want to experience the common glow. Maybe I should try putting one in the... Anyways, fluorescent cloth, mention key. If he had left the murder weapon at the crime scene, Master would have been the one suspected. That's also conjecture. But whoever the murder was, he did leave behind a fluorescent cloth. He could move the body, but he couldn't move the body, but it was easy to move the murder weapon. I mean, I guess that's also conjecture. Ergo, there would be no evidence pointing to a specific culprit at the time of the crime scene. Oh.
Objection.
Actually. Finally got it. It took me a while to realize, but we got it. The shooter murder weapon and bloodstains disappeared from the vicinity. However, there was still one piece of incriminating evidence left behind. Have a look at this photograph, which was taken when the body was discovered. This cloth was used to wrap the body. Doesn't it remind you of the fluorescent cloth from Delicia's room? So my fluorescent cloth was at the crime scene? Fluorescent cloth. You just what part of this cloth is fluorescent? I guess one Karma doesn't know about this cloth's secret. It looks like a normal cloth at first glance, but if you use this rainbow light device, you can make it glow. Prosecutor Von Karma seems a little surprised. I don't think it was the cloth's ability to glow that surprised him. One sheet of this fluorescent cloth is currently unaccounted for. Now I'd like you to look at the color of the cloth in this photo. Don't you think it looks like the color of the fluorescent cloth before it's been lit up? Both the rock salt lamp and the fluorescent cloth originally belonged to Delicia. Wouldn't it naturally be assumed that this cloth was used to wrap the body? Prosecutor Von Karma. I believe the present condition gives us much reason to suspect Delicia. Oh! Hold it, Greggy. Do you really suspect me? I don't yet know if you are the culprit. But it is true that you are hiding something, am I right? Oh, that's...
So, you're saying that the murder weapon and the clock were originally from Delicia's room?
Yes.
Tisk, tisk, tisk.
What's so funny?
Just as I expected from you. The murder weapon and the cloth are not from her room. How unfortunate for you.
What does he mean?
Before the contest began, Master noticed her violation of the rules. He confiscated the cloth and the rock salt lamp and kept them in his room for safekeeping. The victim was not seen as he stayed locked up in his room after the contest had begun. The only one who could have unlocked the locked rooms was Jeff Master, and the murder weapon, the rock salt lamp, was being kept in Master's room. This should be the decisive evidence proving Master's guilt. Defense attorney, you lost to me before you even had a chance to stand in court.
What's this? What? Was all our investigating for nothing? Miss Delicious, why didn't you tell us about your confiscated items? Oh, well, Nanny said I'd look suspicious if I did. Prosecutor Von Karma. And it's true, you all suspect me, don't you?
Tisk, tisk, tisk. How clumsy of you, defense attorney.
Von Karma. So that's why he let us investigate Delicious' room.
And in your clumsiness, there's one thing I need to inform you of.
I swear Von Karma is killing my throat.
2 sets of fingerprints were found in the murder weapon.
2?
Yes, they belong to Jeff Master and Delicious Skills. No other fingerprints were found. After Master killed Dover with the confiscated rock salt lamp, he foolishly concealed the murder weapon bearing his own fingerprints in its owner's room. Tisk, tisk, I don't even need to prove my case in court. I have more than enough perfect evidence to prove Master's guilt.
Hold it. Still, I have some doubts about the fluorescent cloth found in Mr. Master's room.
Bah, irrelevant. After disposing of the body, he intended to return it to Delicious' room.
Don't have enough information to refute Von Karma's reasoning.
Tisk, 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 nothing left to say. If your job is done, leave this place.
That's... I can't give up yet.
We wasted enough time as it is. Bad, take them away. There are still some doubts left in this investigation.
Take the bad.
What's the meaning of this? It's not my nature to leave any doubts behind. There is still one piece of evidence that has yet to be identified.
Right, there are still traces of something left behind.
Bah, talk about your doubts as much as you want later. But this, my dear attorney, is none of your business.
No. I also have some doubts about one piece of evidence. It's likely that I have the same doubts Detective Bad has.
What?
This is the piece of evidence left in Mr. Master's room that has yet to be identified. I still do not know the true nature of this piece of evidence.
This is not the same doubt I had. Oh. The only thing I question here is your defense attorney. There can be no unidentified evidence before Von Karma.
It wasn't this. Please wait, I still have some doubts left. Somebody left gloved finger marks in one of Master's desserts. If these were the killer's finger marks, then it's possible that the killer also didn't leave any fingerprints on the murder weapon.
How did you know the state of the crime scene? I gave them permission to investigate. Bad! What possessed you to let the defense attorney into the crime scene? I don't recall you telling me not to let them in. Bah, such impudence! You'd best remember that. Your salary review depends on me. This isn't good for bad. I'm so glad I have a kind boss like you, Mr. Edgeworth. Your salary review depends on how you perform here. I'm surprised at what a mere attorney like you managed to uncover in such a short time. However, it's possible those fingerprints were Master's own doing, because he always wore gloves while cooking.
Objection.
You have evidence that those finger marks were left by Master. And moreover, there are still a few points of suspicion surrounding Delicia. Oh, you still haven't given up on that? Oh, Greggy, you still suspect me? I've already apologized for stealing a few bites. I don't want to suspect you. However, I can't easily trust those who tell lies. You must still be hiding something. Oh, Greggy is a bully. Don't you know the temperature of fresh cream must be kept at? You call yourself a dessert chef, but you lack even the most basic knowledge. Oh, I'm sorry for my lack of knowledge. In your case, it's not even about lack of knowledge. In truth, you don't even know how to make desserts, do you? Defense attorney, stop trying to force your own reasoning. In a court of law, the evidence tells all. If you say the witness is lying, show it with evidence. We're not in court yet, but very well. This evidence shows that Delicia can't make desserts. The only thing Delicia made were those that broke the rules. The lamp and cloth that broke the rules were being held in Master's room. There's no way the witness could have returned them to her room.
Objection.
Those were not the only fake desserts she made. But her desserts may look like something out of a fairy tale at first glance, but in reality they are nothing but mannequins decorated with cream. Apart from the cream, they're all fake. This is not something one aiming to become the world's greatest pastry chef would do. Is this true? Bad? Yes, my shoes can attest to that. Will that be enough to convince Prosecutor Von Karma? Once he sees that Delicia has done, he'll have no choice but to be convinced. Delicia, the fact that your actions could lead you to being suspect is no laughing matter. I didn't murder. Isn't it time you told us the whole truth? Who are you, and why were you indulging yourself in another contestant's work? Yes, see, I understand. The truth is, I'm not really a dessert chef, like I led you to believe. I'm actually a pharmacist. What, a pharmacist? That's a completely different occupation. It's no wonder he couldn't hide his surprise. Why is a pharmacist like you participating in this contest? I just love eating desserts. I joined because I thought I'd be able to eat some of Jeffy's desserts. I never thought I'd end up making it to the finals. Even Prosecutor Von Karma is at a loss for words. So that's the real reason why you entered the contest? Yes, see, as expected, Jeffy's desserts were oh so good. So the gloved finger marks on the picture frame were your doing? Oh, no way! I never wore gloves. Delicia's fingerprints were found on Miss Master's chocolates, so it is true that she wasn't wearing gloves. Yes, see, exactly. You do believe me, Greggy? Is your face stuffed with nothing but desserts? Oh, I'm sorry, Manny. I think it's her belly that's stuffed. Were Master's desserts all that you ate? Actually, no. After the afternoon tea, I also ate Icy's desserts. You mean you entered the victim's room? Yes, see, exactly. The room was empty after all. Perhaps the victim was already dead by then. But my first bite tasted way too salty and I couldn't eat it. So I ate the delicious star-shaped dessert that was nearby. It's delicious. You really are glutton. It's rare to see a woman with this kind of appetite. That's all I did. That's all I did. Greggy, Manny, everyone. I'm sorry I caused you trouble. Now that you told us the truth, everything's fine. There's no need to apologize. This does not mean that your testimony is trustworthy. I'll be investigating the victim's room after this. Only then will I decide if your testimony is true. Prosecutor Von Karma, I like to go as well. I also need to ascertain whether my reasoning up until now has been correct. I'll let you follow, but I have no intention of letting you investigate. That's enough for me. December 24th, 9 p.m. Contest venue, Dover's room. Yes, what is the meaning of this?
searched, adorning the victim's room had disappeared, without a trace. Was this the true killer's doing? A body that was hidden inside a dessert, and a murder weapon that was moved. Further investigation would be required to arrive at the truth of this case. And since that's the end of that chapter, I'm gonna take a break right now. As you know, this is a long stream, so I tend to take breaks during these. So yeah, I will be right back, and on that, I'll be hurrying.
Okay, the break is over. Here we go. Oh, I guess I went on for a little too long there. Something like that happened. I had no idea none of the case files I read went into such detail. Well, I doubt there would be anything in there that would be inconvenient to the prosecutor, especially with that one comma at the head. How did the investigation go from there? The asserts had disappeared from the victim's room, so the investigation hit a rough patch. Thanks to that, it took about a whole year before a verdict was handed down. 1 whole year. This was before the whole 3-day pre-trial system was established. Trials didn't need to finish in short amount of time. That they do now. I see. Didn't they ever find out why the victim's cert disappeared? Well, kinda. The certs were like candy-ice sculptures made from sherbet. Since it was made from ice, the general consensus was that it had melted. Well, that might not be quite the case. What do you mean? This machine used to put in Mr. Master's mansion, the stage of the IS-7 incident, and in this very place, and they're accepting the sherbet salon from 80 years ago. The victim's dessert. Yeah, though it could be just a replica of the original. That's why Uncle Ray had to come today to check it out. And for your old man too. Now then, let's get a move on and check out the room. I'm pretty sure it's over in the Winter Palace. The Winter Palace should be... Huh, it's locked up. That's odd. They already opened the museum. Mr. Shields, according to the pamphlet, we see that the entrance to the Winter Palace is over here. Really? I could have sworn it was this one. Alright, that's good. We gotta confirm the truth of what happened 18 years ago. April 2nd, 10:20 AM, Zodiac Art Gallery, Winter Palace. Man, it's still as cold as ever. Uncle Ray's gonna freeze solid. It seems the Winter Palace lives up to its name. It's like a freezer in here. With the light dimmed like this, it's almost as if the room itself is made of ice. I think the control panel for the room temperature is on the back wall. Miles, why don't you check what temperature it's set for me? Uncle Ray's gonna give the curator a piece of his mind later. It's way too cold in here. Very well. But if you want to look around the room a bit, feel free to stay or freeze to your heart's content. I'll get the camera ready. I want to take some pictures of this place and show it to your old man. Understood. Well, how about this? I'll yell out. Musty Mask is here. Yes, it's me. I'm Musty Mask. Good. Wait, Ronnie, if you say that, you'll get arrested. Come on, if we don't plan it properly, we won't be able to sell it. What are these two talking about? I like the cameo of Musty Mask here. It's kind of cute. For what it's worth. It has an interesting hitbox. For some reason, a giant block of ice is on display. There's a description written on the surface. Asta and Pollux. Every December, large meteor showers appear in the direction of these two stars. And so, Musty Mask, and then those two are being rather noisy and distracting. It can't be helped. I should go look at another exhibit. Mr. Shields, I can't find the temperature control panel. Ah, right, they keep it where it's hard to find. Just one moment. It's locked. Makes sense. They wouldn't want the guests change the temperature themselves. According to the pamphlet, the Winter Palace has a temperature of 27 Fahrenheit. Ugh, now that is cold. Uncle Ray's going to freeze to death. Okay, I need to look it up again. 27 Fahrenheit is how much? -2 degrees. Yeah, that's actually cold. Guess I'll need to find someone to share a body heat with. Preferably a beautiful lady. Oh, are you trying to freeze me to death as well with those cold eyes? Of course not! These two sculptures displayed here. These sculptures are replicas of the desserts that vanished 18 years ago. Impressive, huh? These sculptures made of ice. Yes. My father never got to see these ice sculptures. And now, 18 years later, I'm standing before them. Miles, sorry to bother you while you're deep in thought. Could you turn this way a little? Like this. Yes, like that. Mr. Shields, you're not... Say cheese. Mr. Shields, please don't take pictures of me. Sorry, my bad. I just want to make sure the camera works, okay? That camera looks quite old. Yeah, well, that's because it's an old-fashioned camera. You know, an instant camera. It automatically develops the photos after shoot. Pretty cool, huh? Yes, I know. Though I've never used one. You're quite the know-it-all. You really are the old man's son. Could you move a bit? I want to take some more photos of the room. He's taking an unusually serious expression. He's probably thinking about the IS-7 incident. Man, I snapped a bunch. And they're already developed, see? He shoved them in my face before I could reply. Well, I have one more question for you, Mr. Know-It-All. Do you know what these two sculptures represent? They're sculptures of Taurus and Gemini from the winter constellations. Oh, bingo, not bad, Miles. That's probably why they call this room the Winter Palace. Uncle Ray is feeling generous today, so I'll give you a copy of this photo too. Thanks. Are these replicas of the constellation's desserts that were made 18 years ago? Yeah, it looks like these two sculptures are also made out of Shabay. Uncle Ray's only seen the real sculpture in photos. But these sculptures look like the real deal. This is what you wanted to show me. Yeah, I think your old man would have wanted you to see it as well. I'm sorry Uncle Ray didn't have this courage to come here alone. Don't apologize. This was a good opportunity to learn about my father's case. That means a lot to me. So, you want me to take another commemorative photo? No thanks! There's a boy with a school bag. Did he come to the art gallery by himself? He even quit her job in order to run this museum. I don't really get it. Perhaps one of his parents knows the curator. I never noticed John Marsh is here. He'll be important later. One of those things that you probably only catch in a replay. Giant block of ice is being displayed here. It appears to be quite heavy. No, the inside must be hollow. On the surface, there is an image of stars and a written description. The Pleiades, also known as the Seven Sisters, a star cluster that comprises of a part of Taurus. But for all these stars to be grouped together as a cluster, the ways of ancient people must have been very imprecise. Alright, now that we've got pictures of this room, let's check out the other palaces. Might as well see them all, since we're already here. I suppose you're right. That yell just now. It came from the fountain patio. Let's go, Miles. April 2nd, 10:30 a.m. Zodiac Art Gallery Fountain Patio. There's someone passed out on the floor, and that man there is... Larry, what are you doing here? No, I'm getting ahead of myself. What exactly happened here? Edgy! I saw something that no one should ever have seen. Oh my god, again! Larry, calm down. Why is there someone passed out here? I didn't do anything. He just fell down all of a sudden. This man, he can't be.
Excuse me, but what is the matter here? You can't raise such a ruckus in the museum, boys.
This Sanders seems like he's still breathing, but this is a bad situation. Miles, it's not safe here. Get everyone out of here. Everyone, get away from that room right now. There's poison gas coming from it.
April 2nd, 10:42 a.m. Zodiac Art Gallery. Fountain Patio.
Mr. Shields, how is the victim? Looks like he's breathed in a little too much of that poison gas. He's still unconscious. According to the doctor in the ambulance, there are no external injuries or any other wounds. Thanks to our fortunate timing, we were able to save him before he was too far gone. But he's not out of the woods yet. He's currently being treated by a specialist in the infirmary. I see, Mr. Shields, is he an acquaintance of yours? Yeah, you could say that. He's Dane Gustavia, who's involved in the IS-7 incident. The pastry chef? He was involved in the case 18 years ago. At least the other guy was doing all right. Is he a friend of yours, Miles? Yes, you could say that. It is fortunate you were not hurt, Larry. What? You could say that? Supposed to mean it, yeah? How could you treat your childhood friend like that? That's just cruel. And also, when I'm dressed like this, I'm called a Loris Dukenim, you know? So don't call me Larry. It's Loris. This man is Larry Butts. He's nothing but trouble, but he's been one of my friends since grade school. Some time ago, he awakened to the calling of art and assumed the alias Loris Dukenim. But a Butts by any other name would smell just as much. Really? You two are childhood friends? I better report that to your old man too. I'm sure it will bring him joy. He was always worried about you not being able to make friends. Good for you, Edgy. Aren't you glad to have a bosom buddy like me? My father was worried about something like that. But anyway, what were you doing in a place like this, Larry? How many times do I have to tell you, Edgy? I'm Loris! What are you doing in a place like this? Yikes, don't glare at me like that when you talk. So are you going to tell me? Isn't it obvious? I've come here to study art! I'm going to take Mandy on a date here so I can just doing some scouting beforehand. Aren't you just using art as an excuse to go on a date? Not bad, Loris. Maybe you can introduce some pretty girls to me next time. Oh, now you're talking my language, dude. I think I'm getting a headache. By the way, Loris, did you notice anything strange when you found the victim? Nah, not really. Nothing that would make you say I saw something that no one should ever have to see. Oh yeah, that. I was just surprised when I saw that old dude fall down out of nowhere like that. I didn't do anything this time, for once. Is that anything to brag about?
I wish to deeply apologize for the disturbance. I am the curator of this museum. My name is Catherine Hall.
He was also one of the people involved in the IS-7 incident. Hello there, Miss Kate.
Monsieur Shields, thank you for your continued assistance.
She was the woman we saw at the reception, so she's the curator here.
We apologize for the inconvenience, especially since it's the opening day.
No, you don't have to apologize for a thing, Miss Kate. Oh, I almost forgot. Let me introduce you to someone. This is Miles Edgeworth. He's Gregory Edgeworth's son.
Oh, Monsieur Edgeworth. Oh, how wonderful. I meet the sun after 18 years. It is an honor to meet you, defense attorney Miles Edgeworth.
Wow, that was amazing. You still got the golden voice, Miss Kate.
Yeah, no, I did not sing that well this time, but okay.
Actually, I'm a prosecutor.
Oh, so you are a prosecutor. My most sincere apologies, Monsieur Edgeworth.
This woman is very polite, but slightly odd.
Oh, Katie, could I get your autograph right here, pretty please? Yes, if you so desire.
Why do you want her autograph? Hey, don't tell me! You don't know who she is? My, you really don't keep up with the entertainment news, do you, Mars? What? And what is this unbearable atmosphere? She's a superstar actress who's been in tons of musicals and movies. She's a great singer, too.
Currently, I am the curator of this museum. I have already retired from the stage. I finished filming my role for my last movie a few days ago. My co-stars also said that they would come here once I opened the doors. And here you are, Monsieur Artiste. I return this to you. Thanks a bunch, Katie. I'll treasure it for the rest of my life.
Well, looks like me and Loris share the same interests. So I gathered. Larry, you said you're here to study art. Why don't you practice drawing as well? Since you're here at Miss Hall's Art Museum.
Oh, it would be an honor to have Monsieur Artiste sketch our exhibits.
Oh, I guess even you have some good ideas every now and then, Edgy. I'll do a bit of sketching for Katie here.
What an amusing person.
Forgive the disturbance. Incidentally, who was the woman that was with you earlier?
That was Madame Delicious Scones. She is currently assisting in treatment of Monsieur Gustavia in the infirmary. Even though I said infirmary, since this is an art museum now, it is only provisional. As I am the only staff member working here, I cannot take a leave of my duties for too long.
Delicious Scones. I believe you have heard that name before, Mr. Shields. Yep, looks like the whole gang is from the IS-7 incident this year. Well, I doubt that's a coincidence.
Monsieur Shields, Monsieur Edgeworth, would you care for some hot tea?
Oh, Miss Kate's tea. That takes me back. Yes, if you please.
Now I must take my leave. I must explain the situation to the other visitors.
Alright, thanks for everything. It smells like Ceylon tea. I should drink it before it cools. This Ceylon tea is a very high quality. It is aroma of citrus. Does wonders for your concentration, right? Your old man said the exact same thing 18 years ago. But the sauces back then were chilled. Today they're warm. Anyway, don't you think this current situation is rather unusual? You mean how everyone involved in the case 18 years ago has gathered at this museum? Yes, I would like to be in charge of this case if at all possible. Mr. Edgeworth, sir, are you okay?
Mr. Edgeworth, Mr. Shields. I came here as fast as I could when I heard that you were done in by the poison gas.
Oh, my sweet honey Kay. How about a hug after being parted for so long?
No. Jeez, so you're perfectly fine? I can't believe you made us worry so much.
Detective Gumshoe, what is the meaning of bringing Kay here? I'm sorry, sir. I knew the gas was dangerous, so I tried to stop her. But no matter how much I ran, I couldn't gain any ground.
When it comes to running away, no one is faster than the Yarkarasu.
But you weren't running away from here. Mr. Edgeworth, I'm all set, sir. I'll start investigating the crime scene. Since there might still be traces of the gas in the room, I'll have to ask everyone to wait here. Very well, I'm counting on you. Good luck in there, Flatfoot.
Wow, Gum is so cool. He's just like a detective.
But that's what he is. But that is what he is. Yes, Edgeworth here. Mr. Edgeworth, it looks like the poison gas is dissipated, sir. Detective, calmly explain the state of the Autumn Palace. Yes, sir. I'll start with the exhibits. On the left, there is a statue with two people. And on the right, there is a statue of an animal with 2 horns. There are 2 people and a statue of an animal with horns. Isn't that the exact same thing I saw in the Winter Palace just a while ago? Also, the room is wet with water, thanks to the sprinkler system. That also prevented the gas from harming anyone else. The sprinkler system. Was there a fire in the room? There are no signs of a fire, and the fire alarm hasn't gone off either, sir. The sprinklers in this museum are the kind that detects both smoke and fire. If it detects smoke, it will send an alert to the security room. I think the poison gas might have set off the alarm in the security room, sir. But was there anyone in the security room at the time? The only one working there is the curator, Miss Kathleen Hall, sir. She has been the reception booth opposite of the security room ever since the museum opened. Did Miss Hall turn on the sprinklers? The sprinkler system can only be operated manually from the security room, sir. If it had been automatic, it would have sprayed water all over the exhibits. As the system is manual, the situation can be examined and the exhibits moved if need be. I guess there would be more priority over the exhibits than the building, only at the museum. Ugh, but it's way too cold in this room, sir. Isn't this supposed to be the Orchestra Palace? It feels more like the dead of winter in here. The Orchestra Palace is cold. I checked the thermostat earlier, and it set off to 27 Fahrenheit. I couldn't believe it. Why would the Orchestra Palace be set to the same temperature as the Winter Palace? That's about all, sir. I know for now, sir. If you figure out anything else, I'll give you another call. I see. I'm counting you, detective. April 2nd, 11:15 a.m. Zodiac Art Gallery, Fountain Patio. What did Gummy say? He said it feels more like a winter in the Autumn Palace. I don't get it. I haven't been able to enter the room personally. But it should be possible to look inside after the police have finished investigating. I'd like to know what it's like in there myself. Isn't there anyone else who knows about the incident? Ah, there is someone. Miles' friend, right? Friend? Though he's such a nuisance, we have no choice but to listen to what he has to say. For now. Wait, you mean... Oh, you're here too, Kay! You're looking as cute as ever. Long time no see. It's Larry, isn't it? Okay, right now, my name is Loris. I'm an artist, that's why. Ah, so that's your pen name, Loris, the artist formerly known as Larry. Wow, you really are a good girl, Kay. Nothing like edgy here. Larry, I have many things I need to ask you. What's this? Don't tell me you expect me again. You're gonna say because I was first in scene I must be the culprit, aren't you? I never said anything like that. I only want you to tell me what you saw. You said you saw something that no one should ever have seen. Did you not? But now I'm saying I didn't see nothing and I didn't do nothing. Probably. Oh my, he didn't seem so confident at the end there. There are somewhat troublesome circumstances surrounding this man. The saying, when something smells, it's usually the butts, still holds true 26 years on. One could say his tendency to attract trouble is legendary. It seems he's done something troublesome without even realizing it himself. I'll just have to try and extract the truth from him. My goal is to expose whatever Larry is hiding. However, I didn't see nothing. I didn't do nothing. Larry is an extremely restless and troublesome man. Until he cools down, I'll just wait and see. First, I'll ask him about his goal. This isn't something I can't handle. I'll finish this quickly. What was your purpose for coming to the art gallery? What? Are you saying that I don't belong in an art gallery? Hey, if you're not gonna talk, hold that pose so I can paint your portrait. And then I'll scribble all over the portrait I drew of you. I was just joking. I would never scribble over my paintings, of course. They're works of art, after all. I don't think any of your works would qualify as art. Don't look down on me. There are people who recognize my skills as an artist. Mandy is my girlfriend, but it's really my paintings you fell in love with. That's why I'll sketch anything my girlfriend likes. And why are you here on your own today? So what, can a guy with a girlfriend spend some time alone? Mandy said she's a Gemini. I thought she'd be happy if I showed her a sketch of it on our next date. Do you really have that much confidence in the sketch? Well, I'm not so confident about this one. But I thought she would be happy if I did sketch of her astrological sign. I see. That's just like you. To impress Mandy, you came here to see the Gemini sculpture, didn't you? What? How'd you find out? Because you just unknowingly told me everything. Well then I'm not gonna say another word from now on then. He's finally decided to remain silent. In that case, I'll be more relentless in my questioning. I'll try to find out what he was doing here at the art gallery. I'll expose his true motives. This shouldn't take too long. What did you do at the art gallery? What did you do in this art gallery? What's with that glare? I don't really remember anything. I didn't have the pamphlet, so I just loitered around the fountain patio. They'll only give you a pamphlet at the reception booth after you pay the admission fee. Oh, is that right? So the admission wasn't free, huh? Don't tell me. You sneaked in here without paying. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do anything bad. It's just there was no one at the reception booth. That's why I thought you could come in here for free. Miss Hall wasn't at the reception booth. Yeah, it didn't look like there was anyone on the other side of the desk. Come to think of it, Gumshoe did say something about that. Miss Hall was busy activating the sprinklers from the security room. Because of the incident, she had to leave the reception booth. Poor Katie. She went through all that trouble to open up the place. And now the art gallery's star attraction, the Winter Palace, is completely ruined. You're certainly well informed about the Winter Palace for someone without a pamphlet. The Winter Palace is where your goal is. The Gemini sculpture is located. You had your sights set on the Winter Palace from the beginning, didn't you? What? How'd you find me out again? That's right, my goal was to see the Gemini sculpture. From the very beginning, the Winter Palace was the very reason why I came here. You confess quite easily. You can never tell anything with this man. Next, I'll ask for further information regarding the Winter Palace. He may still have some fight left in him. I'll watch his reactions and extract the information I need. Larry, did you also enter the Winter Palace? What? With that look of distrust? Sure, I tried going in, but... You tried to go in, but you weren't actually able to, right? Yeah, that's about right. I wanted to go in, but then that old geezer collapsed. I was a little freaked out. So you couldn't get in because the victim of the poison gas collapsed? Yeah, he fell right out of the Winter Palace. I'm sure the victim emerged from the Auction Palace. Who ran for that poison gas incident? I'd be in there sketching the Gemini sculpture right now. I must have mistaken the Auction Palace for the Winter Palace. That aside, it seems his goal was to sketch the sculpture. This could be a useful clue. Larry, did you see anything in the Winter Palace?
You're still hung up on that? Didn't I say that I didn't see anything? I start to think that it wasn't such a good idea to come to the art gallery. I need to leave soon to meet with my girlfriend. Perhaps I should try using that clue. You came here to sketch the sculpture for your girlfriend, did you not? I don't think you would give up that easily. Even after the victim collapsed, you could still see inside the room from the outside, right? Well, I may have gotten a tiny glimpse, but there's no evidence that I saw something scary in there, right? My, I'm disappointed it turned out to be this simple. Larry, you saw something scary at the crime scene, didn't you? Oh. Edgy, can you read my mind? In that case, there's no point in keeping any more secrets from you. I just wish you were like that every time. You just told me everything of your own accord. That was a complete waste of time, but finally, it's checkmate. I have my eyes fixed on the Gemini sculpture. You mentioned the Gemini sculpture many times now, but I don't believe the sculpture you saw was the Gemini one. What? Was it a mirage then? Larry mistakenly thought he saw the Winter Palace. This piece of evidence shows Larry what he really saw. Take a look at this pamphlet. In the Ocean Palace, the Pisces, Capricorn, Aries, and Aquarius sculptures are displayed. Instead, I can confirm that the Gemini sculpture is located in the Winter Palace. Therefore, the sculpture you saw could not have been the Gemini one. I knew it. Expecting him to be a bit more shocked at the news. I thought it was kind of strange. I knew I saw a single goddess, and that transformation was no mirage. Transformation, you say? Oh, you're curious too, Edgy? Well, nothing for it. Guess I have to show you. No, what exactly? I drew a picture of the very scene I saw back then, but I really can't believe what I drew. Picture what? Picture? Picture? What picture? This one right here. What is this disturbing picture? Is that the sculpture weeping tears of blood? Loris, this picture is scary. Okay, it scared me too. This Gemini sculpture suddenly transformed into a goddess right before my eyes. I couldn't help but scream. So the victim collapsing wasn't what surprised him. What do you mean when you say transformed? I don't really understand myself. The lower half of its body just turned into a fish. A fish goddess. That would be the Pisces sculpture, wouldn't it? In mythology, Pisces represent the fish that a goddess and her son transform into. Really? So Pisces isn't just a couple of ordinary fish? Edgy, you don't think that sculpture is cursed, do you? Those tears of blood turned the Gemini sculpture into a fish. Preposterous. You simply mistook the Pisces sculpture for the Gemini one. Oh, you put the sketch in your organizer? Even a sketch like this can be used as scrap paper after all. How could you? But it's strange. Why did only the lower half of the sculpture transform? Only Ray is a bit curious about what went on in the Orchestra Palace. Indeed, I wonder if someone tampered with the Pisces sculpture. Yes, Edgeworth here. Mr. Edgeworth, we finally finished searching for the room. The poison gas isn't a threat anymore, so you can enter the crime scene. Right, good work, detective. It seems we can enter the Orchestra Palace now. Nice time, Mr. Detective. Let's go right now. I want to see the Pisces sculpture. If Kay's going, I'm going too. I was planning on bringing him along anyway. Right then, let's proceed to the Orchestra Palace. This is the Orchestra Palace. It certainly does resemble the Winter Palace. I've been waiting, sir, huh?
Aren't you that hairy butts guy? Wrong, I'm Loris Dugnim. Never mind that, detective. Your report, if you please. Roger that, sir. We discovered a used gas burner during our investigation. The nozzle was still warm when we found it, and so it may be related to the incident. Was it used to heat something? Was the ladder always there on the ground? It was probably used by the person who set off the poison gas. The poison gas was released when someone lifted the lid of the glass case, sir. The Pisces sculpture. Seems like you know about it, sir. Well then, do you know what the sculpture next to it is? Since we're in the Orchard Palace, it would probably be the Capricorn sculpture. As expected, Mr. H, I thought it was Taurus myself. As from office, it was covered by this weird cloth. The frozen cloth? I wonder what it's doing here. Evidence from the IS-7 incident. No matter what it is or how it got here. The sculpture in this room are all colored with this fluorescent cloth. And because they're hidden, it makes me want to see them even more. Let's take a look. I'll just get this cloth off. Wow, they're beautiful. You don't think the transformation Larry saw was in fact the moment the cloth wrapped around the lower half of the Pisces fell? Yeah, it wasn't a mirage or mistake after all. Hey, Mars. There sure is something strange about this room. It looks exactly the same as the Winter Palace we were in just a moment ago. Yes, I agree. Perhaps the sculptures were hidden to make it look like the Winter Palace. If you wrap the cloth around the lower half of the Pisces sculpture, it looks like Gemini. Capricorn is half fish too. Hide the lower half and it resembles Taurus. The remaining two, which couldn't be altered with trickery, were covered up. The Autumn Palace was made to look like the Winter Palace. So it seems, Mr. Shield. It looks like we'll need to conduct an investigation of the Autumn Palace too. Mr. Best and Judge Courtney. Hey, you guys again. This is a problem. You see, this is my crime scene. Mr. Edgeworth, it seems my power is insufficient. If you're here, then it would appear that you still haven't understood my warnings. Furthermore, you know full well your reckless actions will cause trouble for that detective. In the name of the goddess of the law, I must pass judgment. You got it all wrong, pal. I was the one who asked Mr. Edgeworth to investigate. Really? Well then, Flatfoot. I'll have to do that. That? Yeah, that. Right. Cut your salary. Looking forward to your next payday. I always wanted to say that. Oh, you're the last person I want cutting my salary, pal. All at the best. I am only cooperating with the police as a witness to this incident. Detective Gumshoe is not to blame. But that's how it is. Well then, I should be raising his salary. No, that's not what I meant. But it would be really nice to get my salary raised. Your mercy is deeply moving, Sebastian. But past transgressions must lead to future judgment. Prosecutor Edgeworth and all of his company depart at once from this holy site. But we only just got here. The only one given the goddess of law's blessing for this incident was Sebastian. In other words, Mr. Best is the prosecutor in charge of this case. That's right, Mr. Edgeworth. Your opening performance is over. Besides, I already got my eyes set on the culprit. What? Who, pal? Well, naturally. That artist. Me? Hey, what's going on here? Don't ask me. I can't understand his reasoning. Tisk, tisk, tisk. If you can't understand how the best prosecutor thinks, it simply shows how inculpable you are. It seems that he doesn't know that what inculpable even means. That's right, Sebastian. Prosecutor Edgeworth is quite incapable. Yes, he's incapable. She just nonchalantly corrected him? Don't underestimate my intelligence gathering skills. I just came from the infirmary and asked the doctor there about the cause of the poison gas. And what was the cause? Some normal substance. What was its name again? Hold on a second. I'll call the doctor to make sure. Sebastian is on the phone. I'll answer for him. In that case, why didn't you tell us before he called? The poison gas was caused by mixing two different types of chemicals. The names are normalium and fatalium. So what are those chemicals exactly? Normalium is a red liquid that's commonly used in everyday products. It can be found in paint and detergent among other things, but it is not toxic by itself. So you're saying that it's a substance readily available to anyone? Yes, but fatalium on the other hand is not so easy to obtain. Its name just sounds dangerous. What is it used for? It is the active ingredient of the white pesticide known as megatoxin X. Fatalium itself also has a deep white color, but it's not readily sold in stores. It's nearly impossible to obtain domestically. Right now, we are looking into how this chemical was obtained. Okay, I finally found out the names of those chemicals. Judge Courtney has already told us. We don't need to hear it again. Oh, fine then. I'll cut to the chase. You know, that normalium from the poison gas is also used in paint, right? Today, out of everyone who visited the art gallery, the only one carrying paint was the artist. You treat me like the culprit just because of that? I object to the red paint on the palette you're carrying. Hey, Archie, don't you think this prosecutor is kind of an idiot? Indeed, although I've only known him for a short time, his logic is always absurd. Hey, don't ignore me! It's alright, Sebastian. They're only doing it because they're afraid of you. Like the first star to appear at night, show us reasoning that shines the best. The first star shines best. Not bad, guys? You better listen up. That artist was first to discover the victim, so naturally he's the best suspect. The poison gas was caused by normalium, a chemical found in paint, right? As he was carrying paint near the victim, he would have had the best chance. The paint, along with being the very first witness, that's pretty much proves he's the culprit. So, what do you think, Justine? We cannot ignore the possibility. Well then, Mr. Artist, please tell us the truth. Did you leave the red paint at the crime scene? Or else did you cause the poison gas to go off? The only thing I leave behind is my bond of love with you. Please watch what you say. My gavel is already prepared to declare you guilty.
Objection!
Please pay no heed to this man's statements. Hey, you guys. Ignoring my reasoning just because it's flawless won't do you any good. Mr. Edgeworth, if you already admitted defeat, you should take your leave. Even though I don't really have time to deal with your ridiculous reasoning. Let's go through it. That artist at first discovered the victim, naturally the best suspect. Indeed, at first glance this man seems suspicious. However... At first glance? Oh, what's with that first all of a sudden? Are you trying to steal my spot as the star that shines the best? Huh? Would that make me the best artist? Larry, don't make this any more confusing than it already is. Mr. the Best, continue your reasoning now. The poison gas caused by normalium, a chemical found in paint, right? Yes, apparently normalium is used in many everyday products. Right, so the red paint is definitely suspicious. But it's also used in things other than paint, right? I guess you have a point. What do you think, Justine? That's right, normalium is also used in detergent, for example. In other words, it might not have been the paint that caused the gas. That's not true! Let me finish my reasoning! As he was carrying the paint near the victim, he would have had the best chance. Even if paint is the cause of the poison gas, that does not mean he is guilty. Well then, if the paint is not the cause, that doesn't mean he's innocent either.
Now he's just trying to sound clever. Mimicking what Mr. Edgeworth says won't make you look cool at all. Kay, please don't make my statements look bad. Now then, it's about time to wrap up my shining logic. The paint, all along with being the first witness, that pretty much proves he's the culprit. Do you truly claim that Larry is the culprit based on just that? You got a problem with that. If you have a problem, then present evidence. Mr. Edgeworth, it looks like he really wants you to do that. Indeed, then I will do as he wishes and present evidence. It seems he doesn't pay much attention to what other people say. This is clear contradiction in Mr. The Best's logic. Why'd he even bother making the phone call? I'll finish this quickly. This is a waste of time. That artist cover the there's suspect. The poison gas was caused by an anomaly chemical found in paint, right? As he carrying paint, the victim best chance. The paint along with being the witness pretty much proves he's the culprit. Mr. The Best, your logic is more akin to a shooting star than a shining star. It shines the best like a shooting star, right? It may shine bright for a brief moment, but then it burns itself out. The poison gas originated from inside the glass case of the Pisces sculpture. Exactly, so that's where the artist set off the gas, right? He used an amalgam in his red paint. As your senior, let me give you one piece of advice. Listen to the explanations of others. The poison gas was caused by mixing both normalium and fatalium together. The normalium contained in the red paint is not enough by itself. Really? But I thought I heard that normalium caused the fatality. Don't tell me you just misheard the forensics report. Darn it! By the time Larry discovered the victim, the room was already filled with poison gas. It is time for you to realize how incapable you really are. Hey, what do you mean by incapable? You tried to use that word earlier and you still don't know what it means? It means to say you are lacking in ability. Incidentally, inculpable has a completely different meaning. I get it. You're making fun of me again, aren't you? I'm merely saying you are incapable in your investigation. Before you insult Sebastian, I still have some doubts about your own statements. What kind of doubts? For all we know, Mr. Artis could have simply entered the Orchestra Palace at an earlier time. That's... Moreover, do you have an evidence that the red paint is unrelated to the case? The most important thing now is not the red paint, the red normalium and the white fatalium. Exactly how were these two substances mixed? I believe that is our main concern. Naturally. It was Sebastian's job to investigate that. Were it not for your interference, we would have found that out by now. I never intend to interfere. On the contrary, I like to cooperate. Don't tell me you're going to say you know the cause of the poison gas. How the poison gas started, I have something that may shed some light on this matter. Sebastian, do not fall for his bluff. Come now, it's fine really. Let's hear what he's come up with. If you say so, Sebastian. Come on, show me. How did the poison gas start? Well, to be fair, that was a guess on my end. How did the gas start? surely you're not saying that this was cause of the poison gas? It seems even you noticed it. Ah, it really stands out. Those red tears that Larry saw were undoubtedly mammalian. Huh, but wait a second. If those were chemicals, does that mean a ghost set off the poison gas? I don't have time to play along with him. The red tears of mammalian could not have been triggered the poison gas by itself. That red liquid was mixed inside the case to create the poison gas. Well, just where do you see evidence that the chemicals were mixed? That can also be seen in the sketch.
Take that!
A pink liquid can be seen flowing out from under the case of the Pastry sculpture. This proves that the two chemicals were mixed. Hold on a second! I still don't get it. How does this show that mammalian and Fatalium were mixed? Since we have self-proclaimed artist here, I'll let him explain. You fancy yourself an artist, so you should know about mixing pink, right? What do you add to red to make pink? Don't make me for fool, Edgy. I'll have you know I graduated from middle school. You add white to red to make pink is common knowledge. Well, technically, there's rose pink, baby pink, and several others. That's enough. Now do you understand, Mr. The Best? That's how it is. By mixing red mammalian and white Fatalium, you get a pink liquid. Yes, exactly. Took me long enough. I see. It looks like Mr. The Best finally gets it. Prosecutor Edgeworth, you have merely presented one possibility. Do we really know if the color was the result of two chemicals mixed together? Furthermore, this sketch was drawn by the suspect. I cannot put much faith into it. I just painted what I saw. How could that be a lie? Mr. Artiste, I did not permit you to speak. Oh, so cold. That's part of her charm. Of course, I intend to bring the truth to light immediately. It would not be wise to jeopardize your position even further. Aren't you going to answer my questions from before? How do you know that Mr. Artiste did not enter the Auction Palace? If you cannot prove this, there is no room for you to argue any further. Hey, couldn't we find that out if we talked to the victim, pal? The victim, Dame Gustavia, remains unconscious and in critical condition. Oh, that's right. Well then, Sebastian, we'll be investigating the crime scene now. All of you please vacate the premises. If you were to take a stand in court, you'd cause a lot of trouble for the presiding judge. Is there something you could like to say, Mr. Artiste? Hold your horses, Miss Cool Beauty. My name is Justine Courtney. Please don't address me by such a strange title. Oh, you finally told me your name. Pleased to meet you, Justy. I'm Loris Dugnam, but you can call me Loris. Mr. Artiste, please get to the point. I just remembered something. I haven't had a chance to say it. When I first got to this room, it was locked, so I couldn't go in. But then, that old dude just suddenly fell through the door. It would appear that the palace rooms can be locked from the inside. But just because you say it was so doesn't mean that the door was locked. Without proof, your statement holds no value.
Objection.
Well, why not let Uncle Ray prove it for you? Huh? After all, we could confirm the room was locked too. Right, Miles? Yes, I remember as well. The window passes should be... Huh. It's locked up. That's odd. They already opened the museum. Until the gas outbreak, no one could have entered this room. Perhaps the suspect entered the room with the victim during the gas outbreak. As you can see, this man did not inhale any of the gas. If you examine his belongings, you'll find he wasn't carrying a gas mask either. Is that so? Well then, I have no choice but to agree. That was easier than I expected. Anyway, I presume this clears up any suspicion surrounding Larry. It seems Mr. The Best's logic was off once again. Not exactly, I just didn't have enough information, that's all. Therefore, my reasoning was just before its time. He sure has a grand way of saying that things didn't work out for him. In that case, there's one more suspect who has yet to take the stand. Mr. Artiste, you are free to go. But I want to talk to you a little more, Justy. Overruled. Your cold demeanor leaves me mesmerized all the more. This other suspect is a pharmacist by the name of Delicious Scones. It would have been difficult for this artiste to obtain the Fatalium from Megatoxin X. But a pharmacist may have knowledge of how to do that. The court will now take a 10-minute recess. Sebastian, it would be best if we brought her in quickly. Sounds good. Leave it to me. Hey, Flatfoot, keep up the investigation.
Got it.
Don't tell me Judge Courtney suspected her from the very beginning. So Mr. The Best logic wasn't any help at all. Judge Courtney, just what is she thinking? April 2nd, 12:05 p.m. Zodiac Art Gallery, Orchestra Palace. They said it would only be a 10-minute recess. They sure are taking an awfully long time. Sorry to keep you waiting. Prosecutor The Best presents Miss Delicious Scones. Yes, see, you called, so here I am. It is I, Delicious Scones, the pharmacist who makes delicious drugs. And also, you have aged not a single day these past 18 years. That there, my good fellows, that's a vampire. But you can call me Miss Delicious. And you can call me Mr. The Bestest. Oh, nice to meet you, bestie.
Like, gone straight to nicknames.
Oh, that boy reminds me of someone.
This is Miles Edgeworth. He's Gregory's son.
Oh, yes, nice to meet you, Miley.
Could you please not call me Miley?
Greetings, Greggy's boy. I guess it's a sign that I'm getting old.
How old is this woman?
Sebastian, isn't there something you'd like to ask Mr. Pharmacist?
All right, yeah, Miss Delicious, could you tell us the reason why you came all the way to the gallery?
Yes, see, I came to see the curator, Katie. I've been friends with her for 18 years, so I visit her quite often. Is it true, Miss Pharmacist, that you also assisted in the treatment of Mr. Gustavia? I guess you could say that, although I only made the antidote for the doctor.
Wow, you made the antidote on the spot?
Yes, see. As long as I have the right ingredients, I can make any drug easily. The infirmary here is well equipped, you see. Instead of sending him to the hospital in critical condition, we treated him right away. I did all I could do. The rest depends upon his body's ability to recover.
You know the victim is Delicious?
Oh yes, see. Although it's been 18 years since I last saw him. I only knew that he had become a world-famous pastry chef. Is the victim that famous? I heard on the news that he had won a competition for designing desserts.
That reminds me, I do remember him mentioning something about studying design in Shengfa.
Now, let's get down to business. Miss Pharmacist, are you familiar with the drug, Megatoxin X? Oh yes, see, it's a drug that's used to kill those things. It's mega effective. Because the effects are so potent, it's not available in the general public.
What are those things you're referring to?
It's a drug for vanquishing the creatures that strike fear into the heart of a lady. The one that often infests kitchens and the like. Ah, I think I know what she's talking about. So, Miss Pharmacist, may I ask you one more thing? Do you know what happens when you mix Normalian with Fatalium? Yes, see, I know. It's even written on the warning label for Megatoxin X. Hazardous when mixed. When the two drugs are mixed together, a chemical reaction occurs and the gas is released. Inhaling a large amount of this gas can cause breathing difficulties and even death. From the amount of poison gas Gusty breathed in, I think there was probably at least 500 milliliters of each chemical in the gas. I suspected of a pharmacist. She's very well informed. Normalian is an adhesive liquid that becomes hot as soon as it is applied. It also has a red color and minty fragrance due to its low cost. It's used everywhere. Fatalium is white, watery liquid. That's enough for now. As expected of a pharmacist, you're very knowledgeable. Yes, see, of course I am. Megatoxin X is one of the chemicals that the company I work for produces. But not just anyone has access to it. It's so potent as a poison that it couldn't be sold to the public after all. Thank you. I think that's all I need to hear. A judge corners Spectre. What is she hiding behind that smile? Oh, Flatfoot, have you made progress in the investigation or something? Yeah, let me tell you. Glass cases that contain the sculptures can be opened by a mechanism in the lid. What strange cases. The temperature in the cases can be lowered down to 0 Fahrenheit. The incident of the Pisces case was set to 27 Fahrenheit, so my hand nearly got stuck on the ice. Good thing it didn't. So then, from the lid of the Pisces case, we detected slight traces of mammalian. Oh, not bad. Oh, if the mammalian was in the glass case at a temperature of 27 Fahrenheit, then it would have been frozen to the lid. Really? So, what happened? Mr. The Best, why don't we try borrowing the power of Kay's little thief? I think the circumstances will be easier to understand if we use our Mr. Thief. So you really want to help me without that much? Fine, I'm not really sure how this all works, but you get on with it. I hate being bossed around by this guy, but to arrive at the truth, I'll do it. Stop acting as you please. The goddess of the law has no need of your power. Don't be such a stick in the mud, Courtney Boy. We have approval of the prosecutor in charge, so what's the problem? Could it be there's something the PIC doesn't want us to find out? That's none of your concern. If you insist on participating in this investigation, then let me check if you are qualified by asking you a question. What is she planning? Who set off the poison gas? If you can answer me that, I'll allow you to work with us. Well then, Miles, the person who opened the Pisces case and set off the gas. When you think about the circumstances, there's only one person it could have been. Yes, considering the circumstances, it's clear who it was. So please give me your answer. Who set off the poison gas? There was one person in the Orchard Palace other than the victim, Dame Gustavia. It's hard to believe it could have been anyone but him. It seems that way. Very well, I'll allow you to participate this time. However, if I feel you are a hindrance, I will have to ask you to leave. Understood. But what I don't understand is why the victim opened that case. So, Mr. Edgeworth, what shall I recreate? Based on the information we gathered so far, let's recreate the scene before the gas. Got it! Ah, don't scare me like that! This is the true power of Sir Thief. Let's investigate the Pisces sculpture post-haste. There's frozen mammalian on the lid of the Pisces sculpture glass case. It's frozen so thick you can't even open the lid. On the actual glass case, the lid was heavily cracked. It was like someone had it out for the Pisces sculpture. It was like someone had it out for the Pisces sculpture, sir. Do you have any idea how it came to crack like this? Well, the damage didn't seem to have come from outside of the glass case, sir. See, so the inside of the case was below freezing point, and the case had developed cracks. There are no signs of external damage. And this we can deduce. Below freezing, like Mr. Edgeworth's cold stare. And cracked, like Mr. Edgeworth's furrowed brow. Thermal fracturing. The cold glass case was heated from the outside, causing it to crack. But why did the thermal fracturing occur here? And what caused it? Inside the thermally fractured glass case, there was frozen mammalian. Oh, that face means you probably thought of something, Miles. Indeed, I have. I know how Mr. Gustavia was able to open the glass case. What? How can you possibly know something I don't? I'd say the thing he does know are in the minority.
Hey, aren't you going to let me know? How did Dane Gustavio open the glass case? This gas burner that was found in the Orchestra Palace shows signs of recent use. I believe this was the cause of the thermal fracturing in the Pisces sculpted glass case. A gas burner? Why would he use something like that? Ah, I got it! The lid was frozen shut, so he had to use the burner to melt the ice. Indeed, that is correct. I just had a late start. I'm still the best, you know? Late start, you didn't even understand a single thing, did you? Well, that's just because Mr. Edgeworth's explanation was too hard to follow. Okay, why don't you update the little thief so that he can understand it? If you say so. Right, let's restart the recreation. The victim, Dane Gustavio, was the only one to enter the Orchestra Palace. If he used the gas burner, then the normalium in the glass case would have melted. And then no normalium would have come into contact with the fatalium inside the case and produced the poison gas. The moment Mr. Gustavio opened the lid, he would have begun to inhale the gas. He managed to drag himself out of the fountain patio just before his strength ran out. Hi cats, nice to see you. Yeah, I love this case too, it's a lot of fun. So he inhaled the gas when he opened the lid. It's easy to finally understands. But why did Mr. Gustavio open the glass case of the Pisces sculpture? The victim's goal that I do not yet understand. Perhaps he had the same reason as Uncle Ray. Maybe he actually came to see the Winter Palace, not the Orchestra one. Uncle Ray also thought that this was the Winter Palace at first. Wait, you too, Ray Ray? Actually, I thought so too. It looks just like the Icy's room from 18 years ago. It's even got the exact same plans in front of the door. It seems everyone involved with the IS-7 incident made the same mistake. It is imperative that we investigate the real Winter Palace immediately. I should suggest that to Mr. the Best. I get it now. Yeah, that's how it was. Did you think of something? The victim committed suicide. He thought he would look refined if he died in an art gallery. Have you even been listening? Well, if you're as smart as me, you're hearing half of the story will be enough. Sebastian, I'll explain it to you. Explain it from the top later. Top. That means best, right? Alright, I'll leave it to you. Yes, it would indeed be best to let George Courtney handle him. That aside, don't you have some information to inform everyone of? Oh, totally forgot. What are you talking about? We did a little checking on that pharmacist. We meaning the best prosecutor subordinate? That's not something to brag about. Shut up, you! Quiet down and listen! Suicide is off the table for now, yeah. That's because, in short, that pharmacist is the culprit. She set up the gas as a trap. No. It's a terrible shame. Miss Pharmacist, how could one is in the profession of saving lives stoop to extinguishing them? What are you saying? I would never do such a thing. Mr. The Best, do you have a basis for these accusations? Of course. This is my basis. A pharmacist license. It would permit her to handle the megatoxin X, right? And its active ingredient, fatalium, was one of the components of the poison gas. Exactly! The chemical is almost impossible for ordinary people to obtain. But that pharmacist is another story altogether. It wasn't me. You got it all wrong. And that's not all. A bottle of megatoxin X was found in the victim's pocket. And on the bottle, we found here fingerprints of yours.
You and the curator took the victim to the infirmary, right? That would have given you the perfect opportunity to plant the bottle on him. That's... You are the only pharmacist on the premises who could have handled Megatoxin X. Furthermore, as for the curator of the art gallery, you're an acquaintance of hers. You would have had access to the gallery at any time in order to prepare the poison gas trap. Please wait! The Megatoxin X, it was stolen! Trying to lie your way out of this won't go well with me. It's the truth! Look, I've got the proof right here in my bag! What is she searching for? Not this! Not this either. I remember seeing stuff like that recently. Ah, here! Please take a look at this! It's some sort of paper. What does it say? April 1st. Theft report accepted. Stolen item Megatoxin X. This is the theft report acceptance certificate. What? Yes, see, truth is, 1 week ago, my Megatoxin X was stolen. 1 week ago? That means you didn't have it with you today. Yes, see, that bottle you just found is probably the one that was stolen from me. I normally carry the bottle of Megatoxin X in my bag at all times, even though I often forget to keep it locked up. Man, this lady is clumsy. I would never even think about mixing it with Normalium. But why in the world would you carry such dangerous substance on your person? Well, you never know when those things will appear. Those creatures that infest the kitchen, striking fear into the heart of a lady. Although, if you had rolled up newspaper, you could just squash them with one blow. And Justine, what do we do now? Well then, can we really accept this theft report? Let's ask for confirmation. And that should clearly tell us whether or not she's lying. Right, well then, I'll just call and confirm it. It looks like Miss Delicious isn't the culprit. Indeed, if she really did set up the poison gas as a trap, I don't believe she would do it in a way that would incriminate her the most. So Miles, who do you think is the culprit? Predicting the actions of the victim would require a fair amount of advanced planning. And there's only one person here capable of that. Oh, Ray would like to know who too. Who do you suspect? The one person who stole the Megatoxin X and prepared the room in advance was... It had to be the curator of the Zodiac Art Gallery, Miss Catherine Hall. However, I still don't have any evidence that she is the criminal yet. I see, she is. And the way he said that just now sounded like he had been expecting it. Good job, Miles. As expected from Uncle Ray's future apprentice. I have no intentions of becoming your apprentice. And I will now announce the results of my verification. I can confirm that her theft report was indeed accepted. Therefore, it's a little too early to come to a decision. That means your logic was completely faulty. You're wrong! My real performance is still to come! Really, and how do you plan to proceed with your investigation? That's first we need to speak with the curator. And after that, we'll cross that bridge when it comes to it. Sebastian, Mr. Wistaria may have had business in the Winter Palace. I believe we should send an investigator there as well. Oh, that's good too. Set to Gumshoe, investigate the Winter Palace at once. Got it, sir. Justine, let's go talk to the curator. Yes, let us proceed. I swear, Sebastian is always, like, very precious. We should go and listen to what Miss Hall has to say as well. April 2nd, 1:35 p.m. Zodiac Art Gallery, Fountain Patio. Alright, I want you guys to listen to what the curator has to say. Mr. The Best, weren't you going to go and talk to her yourself? Nah, that's a job for my subordinate. All I have to do is wait for the report. I'm the best prosecutor after all. Such arrogance. Well, this is anticlimactic. I'm gonna chill for a bit. What's that in the fountain? Yeah, I'm not screaming.
Ah, there's a dead body in the fountain! What is the meaning of this? Silence, everyone! Forensics! Identify this body at once! It's terrible, pal. Please be quiet, detective. The ice sculptures in the Winter Palace. They're all melted, pal! What? Huh? Huh? What? What's going on here? There are 2 victims now. This is all just like 18 years ago. Once again, the ice sculptures have melted. Again? And everyone related to the incident 18 years ago is gathering here now. This is no mere coincidence, don't you think so, Mars? Yes. The key to finding the truth of this case lies in the IS-7 incident. This is what I believe. That's right. Uncle Ray thinks so too. Looks like it's time once again for Uncle Ray to tell you about the IS-7 incident. Yeah, it's a great little plot twist. It's just, yeah, it's just a great scene. A lot of the things that happens in this case are great. Let's just be honest. The IS-7 incident 18 years ago, Gregory Edgeworth's last case. Isaac Dover was murdered at the venue of the dessert contest, and his body was discovered in the chocolate treasure chest made by Jeff Master. The victim died from blood loss after being struck in the head with a rock salt lamp. The murder weapon was found hidden inside Delicious Candy Castle. Then in the victim's room, where no one had searched yet. All of those shebake sculptures had melted. Also, it's so well done how they go between the past and present settings. Probably one. I agree. The way they just flow between the 2 settings is like wonderful. They tried doing something similar in Ace Attorney 4, and it didn't go quite as well. I mean, they did an okay job in Ace Attorney 4, but here it's really good. Like, 18 years ago. December 24th, 9:05 p.m. contest venue Fountain Patio. These sculptures in Mr. Dover's room have melted. Due to that, Prosecutor Von Kammer immediately drove us away from the scene. How are we gonna investigate now? And what's with that? The defense attorney's out. Von Kammer's methods are deplorable. Well, investigating the crime scene is supposed to be the police's job after all. But you gotta admit, Von Kammer's methods are way out of line. Defense attorneys and the police should be working together to discover the truth. Raymond, you must realize not everyone shares the same views as us. Should one expose the truth for the sake of justice or simply accept things as they appear? Everyone has their own view on what is right and what is wrong. Even if that means convicting an innocent man. Both ourselves and the police are only human, and as humans, we all make mistakes. It is for this reason that we defense attorneys exist. So that those who are alone and helpless can have an ally on their side. An ally on their side. If we cannot investigate, shouldn't we just find some other way to help? I'm sorry, Mr. Edgeworth. I still have much to learn. You are still young, so you'll have many opportunities to learn. Right, I'll do my best! Monsieur Edgeworth, Monsieur Shields, would you like to take a brief respite? I know it's not much, but please eat these. Wow, thank you. Let's eat. I appreciate getting some sugar into my system, but these are a little too sweet. And a little misshapen too. I'm terribly sorry. Does it not suit your tastes? Not at all. It's delicious sweet. Thank you very much. But making sweets isn't really my forte. You make this chocolate cake? Yes, chocolate is Monsieur Master's favorite food. Preparing his favorite food is also part of my job.
but I'm still not good at it. So I need him to instruct me. I envy Master Jeff. He gets to eat Kate's handmade sweets whenever he wants. Did you say something? Oh, no, it's nothing. This is so sweet. More ways than one. Miss Hall, you seem very dedicated to your work. Without my work, I wouldn't even have the right to be here. What do you mean? Oh, when I was a child, I was abandoned when Monsieur Master took me in. One snowy Christmas Eve, I was left on the doorstep of this mansion. I owe Monsieur Master my life. He became like a father to me. And so, to repay his kindness, I want to continue working for him. Kate, you're incredible. I've lived a long life, yet that brought tears even to my eyes. Today, Christmas Eve has finally arrived once more, but it looks like I won't be able to give him the present I prepared. I would do anything if it meant saving Monsieur Master. If there's any way I could be of service to you, please ask. Yes, I appreciate that. Well then, do you happen to know anything about the victim, Isaac Dover? I don't really know much about Monsieur Dover, but I have a photo of the desserts he made for the contest finals. This is certainly a splendid piece of work. Yes, this is exquisite beauty. It's truly a work of art. Crafted so intricately that you almost forget it's made out of sorbet. It seems Monsieur Master was also fond of Monsieur Dover's work as well. Wow. These are Taurus and Gemini constellations? Yeah, Christmas is like cursed in this universe. People just die left and right on Christmas and then, get accused of murder and, yeah. A lot of people also gets orphaned on Christmas in this universe. Christmas is just horrible in Ace Attorney. Of course, there's so much romance in the constellations. For example, take the club, lyre, and arrow held by Gemini here. These come from... Huh? There are no strings in this lyre? Did Mr. Dover make a mistake in his sculpting? It's hard to think he would make a mistake like that. I thought you said that you didn't know that much about him. I just sort of felt that way somehow. It appears he's hiding something from us. Miss Hall, did you take this photograph yourself? Yes, I took it with this instant camera. It develops pictures instantly. It's one of my greatest treasures. Wow, I would love to see it in action. Well then, why don't we take a picture right now? Yay, let's have our picture taken, Mr. Edgeworth. Sure, I don't mind. I'm confident in my hairstyle today. Alright, I'm taking the picture. Say cheese! Here, it's developed. A present from me to you, Monsieur Shields. Wow, thank you so much! That's such a great camera. It's the only camera in this mansion. Unfortunately, its convenience comes at a cost. There are no negatives. No negatives? Is this the same camera Mr. Master used during the contest? Yes, you are well informed. While he made his desserts, Monsieur Master photographed his work. After that, he took photos of all the other competitors' works. Was he taking photos at the time the body was found? The body was discovered during judging, was it not? Monsieur Master intended to take photos of everyone's rooms, but after the photographed Gustavi's room, he ran out of film. Monsieur Master asked me to change the film in the camera. It seemed the film that he prepared in advance wasn't enough. There wasn't enough film. It seems the number of photos he took didn't match up with the amount of film remaining. Well, he told me himself it might have been just a mistake. So, was it really just a mistake? I retrieved more film from the main building and went back to the fountain patio. And it was then that I heard the sound of something breaking in Monsieur Master's room. Monsieur Master? Are you in here? And that's when I found Monsieur Dulver's body in Monsieur Master's room. It was so terrible. It was really shaken up. Before I spoke to anyone else, I called the police. This camera, I've kept it with me ever since.
I see. If it's alright with you, would you mind lending me your camera and that photo?
Sure, I don't mind at all. Here you go.
Thank you very much. Detective Bad, Miss Delicious, is the investigation over already?
He said he had no more use for me and kicked me out. Manny, that meanie. What a rude thing to say.
It was probably to ensure that you wouldn't eat any more of the crime scene. So, Detective Bad, did you get kicked out too? It seems one Kana thought I was getting in the way. He won't let me investigate. Why would he prohibit his own detective from investigating? Well, we know just about all there is to know about the crime scene. Right now, he's talking to Gustavia in Dover's room. Why does he need to speak with Mr. Gustavia? We heard from Hall that Gustavia was seen entering the victim's room. Mr. Gustavia?
Yes, I saw him entering Dover's room, and it seemed like he was trying to avoid being seen. Although I have no idea what he did in there.
He is currently under suspicion for melting Dover's sherbet. Just why did Mr. Gustavia enter that room? I also have a photo of Dover's room here, if you need it. I'll let you take a look at it later.
What? Why would you do that for us?
You still don't get it, kid. I'm saying I want to help you guys in order to discover the truth of this case. Detective Bad.
Is that alright, Detective Bad? Won't Von Karma chew you out again?
I have no intention of becoming Von Karma's lapdog. If you won't let me investigate, I'll just do as I like. Getting tied up in stupid rules will only blind you to the truth. Isn't that right, Attorney Edgeworth? Of course, Detective Bad. I thank you.
This is amazing, Mr. Edgeworth. Now we got Detective Bad on our side. I don't really get what's going on, but I'm glad you boys are all friends now.
I'm grateful that he'll lend us his strength. Well then, can we see the photo now? Right.
Hi Emily, nice to see you. How are you doing?
This is the current state of Dover's room.
Oh, the sherbet has completely melted.
The room is drenched in a light blue liquid. We should compare this with the photo Miss Hall took. Did the sherbet melt because the power cord was pulled out? Yeah, because it was pulled. All of the refrigerated glass cases lost power completely. Looks like all the power cords were connected to one socket. Do you have any idea when this cord was pulled out? No, it's still under investigation at the moment.
What a waste of a beautiful sherbet! Honestly, had I known it would end up like this, I would have eaten even more of the stuff.
Did Mr. Dover's sherbet taste that good?
Oh yes, see. His sherbet was most delicious. I'm glad to hear it's going good enough.
Better than it going awful, right? I know that feeling of things just going.
Okay. Oh yeah, see, his sherbet was most delicious.
Really, I wish I could have eaten some too.
But there was one piece that was so salty I couldn't eat it.
Salty?
It's right here in this photo. It was part of that lyre. Oh! You're getting your own place? Congratulations!
That's the lyre from the Gemini constellation.
Ah, you snuck a bite from the lyre. That's why the strings are missing. Why? I could never have eaten that much. It was way too salty.
This testimony added to the court record. One part of the sherbet tasted different. That's rather curious. Did someone other than her also take a bite out of it? Did you notice anything else?
Now that you mention it, I see Chabais sculptures had these strange markings on them. They had 2 letters carved into them. Wait a minute. There! It looks something like this. An alphabet signature? It can't be. I knew it. I just knew that Monsieur Dover had this lyre. He doesn't want to make mistakes in the sculptures after all.
Miss Hall, it's been troubling me for a while, but... Do you know something about Mr. Dover?
Why would I know something about Monsieur Dover?
You seem quite attached to Mr. Dover's handiwork.
That's just because his sculptures are such great works of art.
No, I believe that his works are very special to you in particular.
How do we know that?
There's a piece of evidence that we believe belongs to Mr. Dover. And it happens to share a common feature with another piece of evidence.
Please show me. I have no idea what you're talking about. Which 2 pieces of evidence share something in common?
2 pieces of evidence that points to something common for Mr. Dover. Let's start by presenting the first one. And now, the second piece of evidence we share features. I like the fact that I can pick it twice, but let's not do anything that's a waste of time. Wait a minute, where is it? The connection between these 2 pieces of evidence tells all. How exactly those 2 things connected? Last, I was wrong. There must be something Miss Hall valued that she was collecting.
Oh, right, no, right, I get it.
I thought I was gonna pick the paper, but no, I get the teapot, of course. Yeah, she's very adorable, and yeah, Kate is probably one of my favorite characters to come out of this. One of my favorite what is called non-main characters to come out of this game. She's very sweet. Pun not intended, but I take it. This is all 2 letters of the alphabet. This were probably used as Mr. Doe's signature, just as an artist would sign their name on their works.
Right, Oi, I remember now. Isis Chabais sculptures had PH carved into them, I'm sure of it.
PH, those aren't Isaac Dover's initials though. No, but we found this seal at the scene of the crime. It had probably fallen out of the late Mr. Dover's pocket. If you had pressed the seal into something, it would mark the letters PH. Also, the very same PH symbol is engraved into this teapot. Same symbol. This teapot was made by the sculptor Pierre Hocut. In other words, this PH is the signature of Pierre Hocut. Miss Hall, you know about this signature all too well, don't you?
Yes, Monsieur Hookwood's works always bear that signature. Since he never shows himself in public, his signature is used to identify his works.
No way. Are you saying Pierre Hookwood is... It seems that the Bat has also realized Isaac Dover's real identity. To Miss Hall, Mr. Dover was no ordinary pastry chef. That's because his true identity was... That's right. Mr. Dover's true identity was the sculptor Pierre Hocut. Hocut. I can't pronounce French. What? Mr. Dover was a sculptor? Things like signatures can be faked if you have the original designs. Can you really use that as proof that he was a sculptor? No, but what's important here is that Miss Hall thought he was. As for proving his real identity, I'll leave that to the police. I get it. I'll have the boys check up on it.
As I expected from you, Gregory Edgeworth.
You knew Mr. Dover's real identity all along, didn't you?
Yes. When I discovered the body, I noticed the seal. I knew from that moment he was Pierre, the man I greatly admired. Thinking that this would be his final posthumous work, I just couldn't sit still. Yeah, side characters can be very great in this franchise. Side character, that was the word I was looking for before. She is one of the better side characters in the entire franchise. I'm gonna give you that. But between main antagonists and main characters, or just generally very recurring characters like Emma Skye, I'd say she doesn't quite clinch top 10 for me. But I really like her. I really do. Thinking that this would be his final posthumous work, I just couldn't sit still.
So that's why you entered Dover's room.
What did you say?
When exactly did you take this photo of Dover's room?
That was... Perhaps this was taken during the judging.
Objection!
That's strange. I thought you said the camera ran out of film during judging. Before Mr. Master entered Dover's room, you were the one in possession of the camera. Wasn't that why you were able to take the photo when you discovered the body?
Yes, that's right.
The only photos you took with the new film were of Dover's room and the body. If that's the case, a new contradiction comes to light.
And another one?
A piece of evidence that contradicts the two photos Miss Hall took. This piece of evidence contradicts the photos Miss Holt. I completely forgot what I was trying to find. Oh, I was looking at it? Okay. Something that contradicts her photo.
That is my instant camera.
You already handed the photos of Dover's room and the body to myself and the police.
That reminds me, didn't you also take a photo of me and Mr. Edgeworth just now?
The film used in this camera can take up to 20 photos. However, this camera only has 3 photos left, which leaves 14 photos unaccounted for. Exactly what were they used to photograph?
Oh,
Please show us all the photos you took. We will be able to discern your actions from these photos.
I'm so sorry. I have told a terrible lie.
Don't tell me all of the remaining shots of Isaac Dover's room.
My deepest apologies.
It seems they are all shots of the ice sculptures from various angles. So when these were taken, the sculptures had not melted yet. But that means the one who caused them to melt was you.
Yes, I am positive that I melted them.
You are positive.
I'm a aficionado of the sculptor Pierre, who is actually Monsieur Dover. Before the authorities could defile his final masterpiece during the investigation, I thought I should preserve them for photographs. Hence, I entered his room.
In that case, why did you all the ice melt?
It's probably because, as I was taking the pictures, I became entranced with his works. And it seems that my foot accidentally got caught in the power cord unplugging it.
Accidentally, you say?
I did not notice the power cord at the time. I would never have imagined that I would be the cause of those sculptures melting.
Could the truth really be that simple? However, I cannot say with my certainty that she is lying.
I'm so sorry I have caused you all so much trouble.
As long as you're telling the truth, there is no need to apologize.
That's right, don't sweat it, Kate. Thank you very much.
Edgeworth, here, take this picture. Do what you want with it.
You meddling fool still haven't given up yet, have you? No matter how long you wait, I have no intention of allowing a defense attorney to investigate. No matter. If we can't investigate, we'll find the truth through some other method. Always ready with a comeback. Well, do try your best.
Excuse me, Monsieur Wankama? The truth is, it was I who melted the sculptures in Monsieur Doa's room.
What? What's the meaning of this, you clod?
I'm truly sorry, both of you and Monsieur Gustavia.
Do not concern about me. Sir Wankama has already recognized that I had no hand in this act. That reminds me. Why did you enter Mr. Doa's room, Mr. Gustavia? Well, that was because... Silence, ignoramus! You are not to give that attorney the tiniest hint of information. Catherine Hall, you are coming with me. You are under suspicion of being complicit in the murder.
No!
I shall be interrogating you personally. You best prepare yourself.
Very well.
Please wait, I still have some questions I want to ask her. I do not care for your sorry plight in the least. Bat, Gustavia! And while I'm at it, you as well, scones. I have plenty of questions for you all. Understood.
Fine, while I'm at it, he says, the nerve. He just took everyone away with him.
Yes, even if it stays here, I don't think we'll be able to investigate any further today. Let's take our leave for now. It has already grown rather late. I hope the snow has stopped by now.
Sounds good.
I'm starving anyway. Let's stop somewhere for hamburgers then, before my stomach joins the chorus.
You can't fight on an empty stomach after all.
We'll need to report back to Mr. Master with our findings first thing tomorrow.
And with that, we are continuing directly into the next chapter. I don't know how much of the next chapter we'll do, because we're running out of time. We're gonna go a little bit over time because I was late today. But yeah. December 25, 10 a.m. Detention Center, visitors room. What are you doing here, Kate? Ah, Monsieur Shields, Monsieur Edgeworth. Allow me to apologize once again for all the trouble I caused you yesterday.
Miss Hall looks a bit tired. Has Wankama finished interrogating you?
Yes, aside from what happened to the ice sculptures, I was not at fault for anything else. Are you also here to meet with Master Jeff, Kate? Yes, I'm worried about how he's holding up.
Detective Bat, why are you here? I just happen to be here. I'll be heading to the crime scene soon.
I don't think this is a place that people happen to be, though.
Hello?
Master Jeff, what happened to you? Oh no, Monsieur Master, why do you look so poor?
I didn't get much sleep last night. The tribulations known as questioning was rather harsh. I'm just a little exhausted. They didn't let you sleep.
Even for an interrogation, that's going too far. Detective Bat!
The detective in charge of the initial investigation was also in charge of the interrogation. I don't like Wankama's methods, but this was all I could do.
He was the one who brought me here.
It seems I was supposed to be interrogated for a little bit longer, though. It seems that Detective Bat is looking out for Mr. Master in his own way. So shall we inform Mr. Master about what happened yesterday, Raymond?
Yes, sir. I got all my mails right here.
Mr. Master, we would like to inform you about yesterday's investigation. Yes, thank you very much. Please go ahead. Master Jeff, it's almost like your spirit's gone. My sugar levels are low, so I might not seem like my usual energetic self. Monsieur Master, do you have anything that can give his spirits and his glucose a boost? Mr. Master. Yes, what is it? You look dizzy, Master Jeff. My sugar levels are low, so I might not seem like my usual energetic self. Do you have anything that can give his spirit and his glucose boost? We do indeed. Oh, those chocolates, are you giving them to me? Ah, those chocolates are... If possible, I would like to give them to you immediately. But it's against the rules to give anything to the suspects in the detention center. See. Regrettably, if those are the rules, then there's nothing we can do about it. Are you sure there's no way we can give them to him? That's bad. Looks like he noticed what we're trying to do to ask him of him. Tss. I'll inspect the chocolates, and if there are no problems, I'll think about it. Detective Bad, thank you very much. Alright, I knew I could count on you, Detective Bad. I am truly in your debt. Wait right here. Take it. Thank you very much. Not a word to anyone else. It would cause problems for me later. Yes, of course. I apologize for making you go through so much trouble. Now I shall partake in eating these delicious delights at once. I'm sorry for asking you to do something so dangerous, Detective Bad. I only did what I wanted to do. Why can't you just be honest here, Detective? Oh, how sweet. It's like I'll come back to life. Oh! Did Kate make these chocolates? Yes, sir, I did. How does it taste? Again, the music and the what's it called and the song and the lyrics comes at the same time, so I can't quite sing it, which is quite annoying. I kind of want to. Melts in your mouth, not in. See, now I don't remember the rest of that. Thank you for the tasty treat. Oh, they are a bit misshapen, but so sweet and delicious. Thank you. I am glad that you enjoyed it. And above all, it helped you regain your spirit. Thank you for your concern. The food they serve here have been absolutely tasteless, and combined with the lack of sleep, I have thoroughly exhausted. Is the food here that bad? Just salt beef and stew. There is prison fare. That is odd. I really could not taste anything. Whatever. I'm about to head out. Crime scene. Please wait, Detective Bat. Can you give us any new information? Yeah, I think I can. We identified the victim. Just as you said, Isaac Doe was a sculptor who worked in France. It seems he went by the name Pierre Houcourt. Isaac Doe was Pierre Houcourt? How could that be? Monsieur Pierre Houcourt. So Pierre Houcourt wasn't actually French. Which is likely why he never showed himself in public while he worked under that name. The Zodiac sculptures, they were his masterpieces, it seems. Although they will remain forever unfinished. Unfinished? Even though they were his masterpieces? It seems he worked on them by season. Once he finished the remaining winter constellations, his work would be done. Huh? The winter constellations are Taurus and Gemini, right? Those ice sculptures were his final pieces. It is heartbreaking that they melted. I cannot apologize enough. Oh no, I wasn't blaming you or anything. Also, Doer was infamous for being greedy. He would charge hundreds of thousands just to make a single sculpture. It seemed like he always had money troubles. The murder might be related to that, but it's still under investigation. So he had money problems even though he was a famous artist? Do you know why he entered this dessert contest? Not yet. He kept it a secret even from his family. I see. It's time. I'm bringing in the replacement guard. Can't hang around here any longer than I have. Yes, I understand. Let's meet again later. That detective is a kind soul. Indeed. He never strays from his own beliefs. He truly has a strong will. But he's pretty scary when you first meet him. I see. Could you tell me everything that happened yesterday? Of course, allow me to give you a report of our investigation. But this is what happened. I'm sorry for the trouble Kate has caused you. I'm truly very sorry. You have no need to worry as long as you have told the truth, Miss Hall. Mr. Master, would you mind if I ask you a few questions as well? Yes, I shall divulge all that I know. Please tell us about the other 3 contestants in the final round of your contest. Let's see. Miss Delicious Desserts had a fantastic design. However, she broke the rules, so I could not recognize her as the winner. Up until the semi-finals, Mr. Gustavia's flavors and design were to my liking. Unfortunately, both the taste and appearance of his finals entry left much to be desired. And there was something strange about his dessert in the semi-finals. Something strange. Both Mr. Gustavia and Mr. Doer desserts had the exact same taste. They had different designs, but in terms of taste, it was like eating the same thing. What did they look like? There should be a picture of them at my mansion. Please allow me to show you later. Certainly, thank you very much. And then there was Mr. Doer's Chabet sculptures. Oh, they were absolutely heavenly. Did you have a chance to taste his creations? If I recall correctly, his body was discovered in the middle of judging. Yes, but I was not informed of this until after the judging had finished. Since he was not present in the room, I helped myself to a piece of his edible lyre. It was fantastically delicious. I was so moved, I broke into a song. Wait a moment. Please, did you say the lyre was delicious? Could you please give us a little more detail about that? You ate the lyre from the sculpture in Mr. Doer's room, correct? Yes, the one that was in the same glass case as the Gemini sculpture. Please have a look at this picture, Mr. Master. Did you eat from this lyre missing the strings? Yes, that lyre originally had strings. However, I ate them all, resulting in what you see here in this picture. But the strings on the lyre were missing because he ate them. Actually, Delicia ate part of the same lyre as you did. However, she said it was so salty that she could not eat it. You don't say. That means there might be a problem with my sense of taste after all. A problem with your sense of taste? How so? There's a taste disorder called hypoacusia, in which you lose the ability to taste salt. Perhaps I have contracted this illness. I just never realized it since I eat nothing but sweets. However, I now know with certainty. So that's why you couldn't tell what the food they serve here tastes like. No, for a pastry chef to lose their sense of taste is fatal. Even if there is treatment for taste impairment, there isn't a cure for it yet. But it's probably best that you let the police know so you can receive a medical examination. No, that won't be necessary. There is a recipe in my mansion specifically for making the cure. A recipe for a drug that will cure your taste impairment. Yes, please look for it later when you return to my mansion. Monsieur Master, but that means revealing the... Kate, we should no longer conceal it from Mr. Gregory. Yes, sir, I understand. If that is what you wish. A recipe for a special drug. Just what are they hiding? Well then, I must be returning to the mansion now, so I will take my leave. Yes, we will be heading there later as well. Kate. What is it, Monsieur Master? You should not live for my sake. You should reconsider your lifestyle, so that you can live by yourself, even if I were no longer around. Please do not say things like that. I simply cannot live without you, Monsieur Master. I promise to wait for you until you return. Excuse me. 8. Catherine. Master Jeff, Kate was crying. Why did you say something so cruel? I am worried about her. Catherine always puts me before herself. What do you mean? She collects pear fruits, works and makes sweets. All to make me happy, nothing more. That is the only reason she does anything. She always puts aside her own preferences, things that she wants to do herself. I want Catherine to choose to live her own life. I do not want her to waste her valuable life because of me. Is that so? Thinks of Miss Hall as his own daughter, and he would want his children to choose their own path in life. And a parent would do anything to protect their own children. That feeling, I also know it well. Well, that should do it for the questions. We must return to the scene of the crime. Ah, it is already time to leave. I see. So will my tribulations of questioning resume. We should take measures against their interrogations from our side as well. Can you ask the police about that? I can, but I have other ways in mind as well. When the time comes... Oh, you are a dependable man. I shall be counting on you. Master Jeff will come here every day with reports of our progress. I will bring Kate too. Yes, thank you very much. I shall be looking forward to it. Mr. Master, know that the police will be attempting to get you to confess. I'm sorry to ask an innocent soul like yourself to bear with these painful experiences. But please hold on for now. Professor, I'm positive the one Karma will use that to his advantage. And that will make helping you all that much more difficult. Understand, I shall do my best. If you believe in me until the bitter end, I will definitely get you out of here. December 25, 11:03 a.m. Contest venue Fountain Patio. And I think this here is as good a place as any to stop. For the day. That should also round out the full 5 hours. So we're ending a little bit later because I arrived a little bit later. Happens at times. But yeah, thank you all so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. I'll be doing this again next week. And other than that, I guess I'll just be saying that I'll be spawning out. Bye!